Hi. Hey. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 5:06 p.m. on a January 31st, 2025. The first year of the month is ending, and tomorrow will be February. It'll be a good day. I am here to play some Once Human, some Eve, and some FFXI, and some X4. Same as yesterday. Yeah, and so I don't really have much to say. I did all of my daily stuff today, all of my chores and all of my house stuff and all that stuff, and seem to be in a good place, but I imagine distractions will come because they always do, so we'll see. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna deactivate and activate and put down a why is so I am coming to NVIDIA to do Once Human, and I am selling stuff. Good. And
can feel it. The games we're playing today are getting bigger, they're getting more expensive, they're getting more beautiful, yet at the exact same time, for whatever reason, they're less fulfilling than they've ever been. Not all of them, but a lot of them. How many times over the last couple of years have you guys sat down and played a game and just expected more from it? Not because it was a bad game, but because you saw the potential in it, and it wasn't there. You know, one of the things that I try to do on this channel is to actually look into the reasons why players are frustrated in the first place. Not just talk about industry drama or, developer missteps and things like that, but
no, like I say 50 billion times every single day, all of the current devs suck dick. They're really bad at their fucking jobs. If I was as bad as at my job, which was a taxi driver, as they are as their jobs as video game software developers, all the people in the world would be dead because I ran them over by mistake. And I mean this. If I had driven a taxi the way these piece of shit Microsoft and video games developers and stuff, right? The way they treated our military, the way they treated our video game industry, the way they made the games, all that stuff, right? If I had done my job as a taxi driver the way that these video game developers did their job since the Holocaust, software developer, excuse me. The whole world would be dead. I would have ran them all over by mistake. It would have been worse than Grey Dawn, But yeah, no, I wasn't allowed to run a bunch of people over and do my job badly and kill a bunch of people when I was a taxi driver. But these software developers are. Don't believe me? Consult how a 747 hit a Black Hawk helicopter yesterday, and tell me a human is even capable of doing that. It would require AI, which would imply that some software developer killed a bunch of people yesterday. Just another example of how, the game industry is shattering, and it's about time. Fuck the devs. Fuck the devs and their worthless piece of shit asses. You guys make my lifestyle possible, so I'm conflicted. I still love you, but a lot of us don't. We look at the junk art that you've been pushing out for fucking $6,200 for the last 25 years, something like that. And we're like, ooh, yeah. Or, well, it's not that long. It's been about 15 years. Yeah, but it's been about 15 years and stuff. And I say it every day. You guys think I'm just being hyperbolic to try and get views or hits or something, like I'm this huge streamer, like Asmongold, like I'm doing this for money? No, I say the devs suck dick because the devs actually suck dick and are really bad at their fucking jobs and are full-blown killing the video game industry. I was saying this 3 years before this scrub was. I'm better than him.
actually trying to figure out why players are frustrated in the first place.
He's trying to figure it out. I've known since 2015. He's bad at what he does. Stick to the guitars, Junior. Stick to the guitars. I bet you're a lot better at playing Slayer riffs than you are at playing video games, I guarantee it. Stick to the fucking guitars, because I've known since 2015. I've known this for 11 years. You guys are just now getting around. Just now today, you're coming around to it. I've known this for 11 years, but you're fucking bad. It's been about 10 years and 9 months, something like that, since I knew the industry died and the developers have been stealing from us. Here you are, you're 10 years fucking late. I've been yelling at it for 3 I've been yelling about it for 3 years, but everybody thought I was just some psycho who was yelling, who was off on something, and who was just a shithead or something, right? But no, I've been saying for 3 fucking solid years, and I've been saying it for a long time before that, 7 years before that, to anybody who would care to listen, that the industry was dead and it was going to cost us a lot and it was going to break all of our hearts. And I full blown blame a lot of my problems on it, like drug addictions and living on the street for 7 years, because the games just weren't good enough to try and pay the rent and actually stay inside. The games weren't good enough. I was well enough with Hearthstone on my cell phone and FFXI on my laptop, because the games were so bad there was no reason to get up in the goddamn morning. And it's still like that. It's still like that.
I was watching.
So I look at Johnny Come Lately, who hasn't been talking about this for 3 years like me, and I'm like, oh man, must suck. It must suck to be suck, and finally come to the fucking table 11 years after it became a problem. This has been a problem for 10 years and 9 months. I remember to the day it was the launch of Warlords of Draenor. It was the launch of Warlords of Draenor. The industry went to shit inside of a day, and it hasn't come back.
Shangri-La Frontier, an anime. I'm sitting back thinking to myself, I wish that MMOs were as good as they were in anime. I wish video games...
yeah, like they like depict this like old like memory of what they remember MMORPGs to be before these piece of shit software developers who crash planes into helicopters and stuff got a hold of our industry, and they turned it into, you know, Sweet Baby and fucking Bobby Cock Dick and fucking Blizzard sucking dick for 27 fucking years straight or whatever. Yeah, we just like, you know, and I'm sorry, but I mean that's what happened. Blizzard sucked dick for 22 years straight or whatever it was. It went from Wrath of Lich King to this, you know. And I'm sorry, but that's what happened to the industry. When everybody saw Blizzard stealing money with those fucking loot boxes in FIFA, and Activision stealing money with FIFA loot boxes and all this shit, and everybody saw how much money they can make from Hearthstone and all this stuff, the whole industry went to shit. And I've known it since 2015, and now I don't even play the games that killed the industry, like Hearthstone anymore. I don't even play the games that killed the industry with all their gacha and their bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So Johnny Come Lately here, he gets nice fat, you know, 126,000 views 10 hours ago. And I'm like, oh boy, Junior, welcome to the fucking table. I've been fucking freaking out about this and screaming for 10 years. 10 fucking years. I've known since 2015. You'd have to be an idiot to not know. Go back to playing Slayer riffs. You're not too good at games. I'm just kidding. He's actually fine. This guy's absolutely cool. I actually really like this guy. I'm just kind of using him for content while he's on my screen. You know, it's unfortunate, but it is true. Go back to making Slayer riffs or whatever, because you really are like 11 years late to the fact that the industry died. If you didn't know by 2015, you're not actually you don't really belong here. You kind of look like you probably should be playing guitars and stuff instead. You know, I don't see a video game player here. I see a guitar player.
Or an anime.
I know, because there's no girl repellent in the fucking background at all. There's only girl attractor. Do you see girl attractor? Wherever you look, girls like this stuff, this sort of stuff. Guitars in the background, looks like you're a real man, you know? The computer looks girl repellent, but all the rest of it isn't girl repellent. And that's one of the reasons why I like this guy, is stick to the Slayer. You're not too good at video games. How do I know? Because I knew the industry died 11 years ago, whatever, 9.5 years ago. You still don't know. You're still coming to grips with it. Shit, I went through a heroin and a methamphetamine addiction because of it. I've lost like 3 women that I would have married. I was on the streets for 7 years, got off, went through the madhouse, got a new home, and rebuilt myself in the time since I've known that the industry died. It's been 9.5 years. I full-blown did. I went through 2 drug addictions. Like, that's how long I've known this. Why do you think I went through the addictions? There wasn't any games to play. I'm dead serious. That's why I did that. There wasn't any games to play. WoW got bad, and none of the other games got good. There was no games to play, so yeah, shit, fuck, I'll go smoke some heroin and some meth. What the fuck else is there to do? You know what I'm saying? Shit, what the fuck else is there to do? I'm gonna go fuck a stripper in a motel room because there's no games to play, full blown. I've known since 2015. If you had any clue, you would know too, but you're pretending. You're a pretender. You're not a proclaimer. You're a pretender. You're a pretender. What the fuck do you know about Slayer fucking nerd. What the fuck do you know about Slayer? Yeah, I'm sure you know Rain of Blood or whatever, but what the fuck do you know about Slayer, bitch? No remorse.
They show off the power scaling, the ability.
I'm so far into Slayer, I prefer their goddamn EDM more than their fucking metal. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck do you know about Slayer? I don't care if you wear a shirt. If you still need to wear a shirt when you're 40 years old, wear a Slayer shirt. I don't think you're actually a Slayer fan.
The themes that they go into, how some of the scenarios
Respect. Walk.
Play out, the sense of adventure. These things should be in video games. I mean, they're being inspired by video games.
What did you say?
So why aren't they there?
What the fuck did you say?
An interview with.
What the fuck do you know about metal, nerd? Fucking wipe my metal butthole on your lips. You don't know shit about fucking metal. What the fuck do you know? I'll blow some Veil of Maya, blow your fucking mind.
Conrad Tomaskevitz. I hope that I didn't.
I'm sorry, I get really hostile when I see dudes who are 40 still wearing band shirts like when I was 16 years old. It's really not a good look to me. And it bothers me. I'm like, God damn, I love that Slayer shirt if I was 16 years old.
Murder that name.
If I was 16 years old, but Manchild here seems to really want to fucking like let the world know he likes Slayer.
But he's the ex-director of The Witcher 3, and ex-co-director of Cyberpunk 2077, and he left CD Projekt Red to go.
You keep tracking these devs. It's kind of like the politicians. I don't understand how Hassan Anabi fucking pays attention to these idiots all day. I just don't really know. I can't do it. How the fuck do you pay attention to these software developers all day like they're baseball or football stars? They're not. They're piece of shit developers. We shouldn't be tracking them like they're fucking celebrities. They're not. I don't know why I know Bobby Cockdick's name. I really don't know. I know why they killed the industry, but I mean this hero worship that you guys do for these fucking software developers that you're never gonna meet besides like a software con or something like that or whatever. Like it's weird. It's like it's like you tried to turn the video game industry excuse me, I swallow wrong. It's like you tried to take the video game industry and turn it into the teeny bopper industry. I don't give a flying fuck about I care about about the only name that's ever come out of the and I know because my best friend's done this since I was like 15 years old. He would slap down the Game Informer and he would be like, Notch's making Minecraft and it's going to be released in 5 years and it's going to be the greatest game ever made. And I'm like, cool, great, yeah, that sounds good, cool. What can I play right now? Cool. I remember that. I was like, what can I play right now? Final Fantasy. So anyway, Minecraft was the greatest game ever made. He was absolutely right. And so it's cool to track all of these people. And I respect it. He was absolutely right. He knew about Minecraft 5 years before it was ever a fucking thing. He absolutely did. There is some nerds who like to track the industry who I actually kind of respect, like Ralph and, and all these other people. And I would say that, these software developers, they're not worthy of this. I mean, I think Timothy Kane is, maybe Nate Perkypile and stuff like that, but I'm not so sure a lot of these developers are worthy of idol worship. I don't think they are.
His own studio, something smaller, something.
And so you talk about this fucking developer like he's a rock star, like he wanders around with what's it called, groupies, and you know the names of the groupies and all this stuff. They're fucking software developers.
Independent, something free.
They're fucking software developers. They're not Michael Jackson. Who cares what their names are? I know that sounds dismissive and kind of rude, and it's cool if you're in the industry and you care, and I know all their names. But they're not rock stars. Why do you treat them like rock stars that have disappointed you? They're not fucking rock stars. They're not.
A studio that he worked at for
Nobuo Uematsu is a rock star. These people are not fucking rock stars. They're not even close to that level. They're software developers, but you treat them like they're these like heroes that you idol worship, and you know their names and where they travel and what cons they go to and shit. That's part of the fucking problem. You put all of that goddamn pressure on them. They worry more about their fucking images than they do the games. That's part of it. You made them into rock stars. You go to the E3s and all these fucking events and stuff, and you turn them into like names that I know that I shouldn't, like Phil Spencer and all this shit. Why the fuck would I know who Phil Spencer is? I mean, I get that if you're working in the fucking industry, but I don't get it as a gamer. I don't really know why I know who Phil Spencer is. It's fucking weird, this.
years, over 20 years. He turned them into an RPG powerhouse.
I know that Phil Spencer likes Fallout 76. It's his favorite game. He's got like a level 8,000 or something in it. I don't know why I know this. Who the fuck cares about Phil Spencer? I'm not sure he's comfortable with that kind of interest. You know, it's sort of weird. And so you tried to build these fucking software developers into rock stars far beyond what they actually are. You raised the fucking bar and the standards on them so high they couldn't possibly reach it. Like, you know, like look at what Miyazaki had to do for Elden Ring just because he knew. It's just like Eminem. How the fuck do you live up to your first album or whatever? It's the same thing. How do you live up to Dark Souls? How do you live up to Demon Souls? How do you live up to your first album? You can't. And you turned all of these software developers into rock stars. You put them under way too much pressure. Now they've cracked.
Do something.
You keep talking about them like all these glasses nerds. They keep talking about them like they're their greatest heroes and shit. Sure, it's cool to respect and look up to software developers, but I mean, they're software developers. They're not exactly fucking, you know, Roy Rogers. They're not Roy Rogers. They're not Charles Lindbergh. They're not fucking Kobe Bryant. They're software developers. They sit in front of a computer screen all day. Your hero worship put way too much interest and way too much pressure and way too much fucking hype into the fucking industry, and the hype killed it. It's all that fallacy that you guys engage in, that slippery slope of putting these software developers above their actual station, the mountains out of molehills every time a game sucks, all of the fallacy that you guys engage in all of the fucking time. I don't care what the name of the Xbox dude is. I don't care. He's not goddamn Roy Orbison. He's not fucking Billie Eilish. He's not fucking Surge from System. He's just not. He's not.
That. And after reading his interview,
this guy who runs Steam, I don't care what his fucking name is, whatever, I don't care. I like that I get a good refund from him, but I don't know why he's famous. He's a software developer. I'm not trying to be dismissive towards the profession of software development. I'm saying it's the sort of job where you kind of work in the background in obscurity. But you wanted to make these people into rock stars, so they focus more on that than they do on making the games good. I kind of blame the media, sort of. I know it sounds like Trump, like, oh, fake news. But it is. This shit that you're talking about is fake news. The industry has been dead for 9.5 fucking years. If you didn't know it, you're not actually one of the best in the world. If you didn't know it, then you're fucking dumb and clueless like this guy. If you didn't know since 2015 that the industry is dead, you're not one of the top in the world. You're just not. If you didn't know, you aren't one of the biggins. You're not one of the biggins. And you come to the fucking table 10 years late. I've gone through drug addictions over it and poverty on the streets and shit way back 10 years ago, and I've come back again, and I've got a new home again at this point. And I look back and I'm like, oh yeah, you're news. It was news in 2015. Get a fucking clue.
Been thinking
I know I'm feisty towards this nerd, but I expect them to do better than this. I expect them to do better. I expect them to do better than looking like a man-child at the age of 40 with a Slayer shirt on, like you bump Slayer in your fucking ride and shit and get drunk and fucking and bash metal and shit. Yeah, right. Yeah, fucking right. I don't like your fucking image. You look like me when I was 16 years old and I was in a metal band. Maybe you are. I don't know who you are, but I don't know. I don't like the image. The computer looks like it costs $7,000 or something like that, which is just insane. But I mean, you got this YouTube money, but you seem like you want to brag about it. I don't like the image. I don't like the business. I don't like that you're 10 years late. And I like this streamer too. I like this content creator, but I don't think he's good. I think a lot of these people who give themselves credit for being the best at this are not good at this. They're 10 years late. They're 10 years late to industry shit that all of the software developers have known since 2015. The developers will sit you with you at the cons and tell you that the industry has been dead for 10 years. How do you not know? It's because you sit there and you do these videos instead or something. I don't know, but I've been playing the fucking games and it's clear as goddamn day. The garbage is garbage now. There's no more drugs left. It's only cut. It's only cut. Look at Once Human's good, but I mean it's still cut. It's still cut with goddamn gotcha. Even if the graphics are good, it's cut with sort of like weird shitty UIs and all this stuff. All of the dope is been cut with garbage by these shithead developers for so fucking long. Maybe you've never been a drug addict and never had a resentment towards fucking drug dealers and the amount of fucking cut they put in the goddamn dope from cartel to the dude that you're actually buying from. It doesn't fucking matter who it is. And like, yeah, this is what happened to the dope scene. You killed the dope scene because you cut all the dope with cut, and you fucking took all the amphetamine off the fucking street. Now you've taken all the good games off the fucking street. You're taking all of the reasons for people to live off of the fucking table. You're taking all the things that people live for off of the fucking table. You have turned the video game industry into dreck. You've turned the dope industry into fucking dreck. You've turned the television industry into dreck. You've turned the film industry into goddamn dreck. You've turned our politics into fucking dreck. It's because you don't care about the fucking product. You only care about the money you make and your fucking clout. That's it. That's it. That's all you care about. You've turned every fucking industry and all of our lives into cut garbage. It's fucking stupid. The video games are the exact same. I fucking hold you to task for it because every developer in every fucking game company in every bit of the industry is guilty of this. Like, maybe not Balatro or whatever. Maybe not Braid or like, you know, like all the little cool little like third-party titles and stuff. You know, we love our third-party titles like Flower and Flower and Flow and all this, right? Those guys didn't fuck out and fuck us over. The triple anus absolutely the fuck did. And it's not just the triple anus. It's the politicians like Trump. It's the drug dealers who put the cut in the goddamn dope. It's the fucking prices at the grocery store. All of the people in power have destroyed everything of value. And they've replaced cut for actual goddamn products. It's fucking stupid. I've damn near committed suicide over it twice. There's nothing left to live for. You've ruined the video game industry. You ruined the politics. You ruined the end. You ruined the world wars. You ruined the world with all of your war. You ruined capitalism. You ruined everything you touch, rich white man. You've ruined everything you touch. You've ruined the video game industry. You've ruined women. You raped them all. You know, I'm sorry, but rich white man, you have everything that you touch, king shitter, has turned to shit, from the video game industry to the movies to the television to the fucking music to everything. Thank God for people like fucking Billie Eilish and Taylor Swift who hold up the goddamn industry by themselves, because these guys, they can't sing, they can't play guitar, they can't make radio music, they can't make good music, they can't make good movies, they can't make good video games. I don't know what the fuck it is. Yeah, I'm like, I didn't cut when I drove taxi for 20 years. Why are you allowed to do it? I didn't say, oh, here's 3/5 of a video game. I'm sorry. I didn't go, here's 3/5 of a ride home. You know, I didn't do that to people. I didn't say, here's 3/5 of a ride home. The way that you do that to us with video games. You give us 3/5 of a game. And there's always one or two really crippling fucking problems that you don't solve because you're either too lazy, too greedy, or too incompetent. One of the fucking three. You know, the three cardinal sins of the triple anus. You think I'm fucking making this shit up to be hyperbolic? No. I have a fucking serious issue with every product that everybody has made in the last 11 years, from Hollywood to television to video games to music to like the planned obsolescence tech to the cell phones to everything. I have an issue with all of it. It is essentially grift. Almost all of it. Your griftonomics have replaced all of our world industries, and the video game industry is the worst one. Your griftonomics have replaced the video game industry. I don't know how else to say it. Your griftonomics have replaced the video game industry and left us with some sad amalgamation of a video game industry where we used to have Super Mario Brothers and fucking Yoshi and fucking, you know, Sonic and shit that was really, really memorable and shit. Tomb Raider, fucking Final Fantasy 7 and shit. Where's our Final Fantasy 7 in the last 15 years? I'll tell you why. Square Enix, where I'll tell you where. Fucking Square Enix fucking sucked dick, took that big dick up their ass in 2015 to stop developing games, just like Blizzard, just like fucking, you know, just like all the other companies of shit. They took that big dick up their fucking ass in 2015 and they stopped making good games. I don't know why. We don't know why. And so here you are, you're Johnny come lately, 11 years to the fucking table, and you're like, yeah, you're scratching your head, but you're pulling 130,000 views somehow off this shit as the industry wakes up. Oh my god, the video game industry is dying, just like the war industry is dying, just like the music industry is dying, just like the politics are dying, just like the fucking stock exchange is dying, just like everything is dying. It's because the incompetent pieces of shit moved in and thought they could just cash in on the previous generation's labor. I didn't do that. I drove, if I sold dope, I sold it well. If I drove taxi, I drove it well. If I did it for long. You know, like, god damn it, man. I've only ever been in 2 accidents and nobody was in the car except me. Like, come on, man. Like, come on, man. Like, I don't know, like something about it. Like, I just didn't live my life like that. You guys do. Since 2015, you phoned in every piece of shit triple anus release, every single MMO that's come out, even New World ended up being Drek. Almost all of it ended up being fucking Drek. We're fucking pissed at you, and you're coming up and you're getting huge fucking hits like this is news to you because you're not good at this. I've known since 2014. Like, not even just 2015, but the year 2014 was really dark and cold for me. I relapsed, I fucked up, I ended up on the fucking streets because there just wasn't a good game to play. There wasn't a single good game to play in the entire goddamn market. World of Warcraft had died, Final Fantasy XIV had sucked, ESO had sucked. There wasn't really anything new that was that good except for Rust, and I didn't find Rust until 2022. Now Rust is dead because you let the piece of shit 17-year-old worthless piece of shit hackers toxify the entire fucking game till it's nothing left but a skibbity fucking toilet. Just another example of video game developers sucking dick and being really fucking bad at their fucking job. They're fucking kids. Fucking control them. You did it to me on World of Warcraft for 20 years. Why don't you do it on Rust? Fucking control them. They're too toxic.
It's too big to move forward. Too big.
If I cuss somebody out on World of Warcraft, I catch at least a 3-day ban. These people, they're expected to do it. They're expected to talk garbage shit all day. Fucking floss themselves in Times Square and get laughed at. Fucking toxic ass culture. Fuck the video game industry. Full blown. Fuck the video game industry. Just like the rappers say, fuck the rap industry too. What happened to rap? It went from so good to so dry, so bad, so bougie, so bullshit. What happened to the video game industry? It went from, really good, like, double and triple anus games that really fucking hustled out on the streets to get your fucking interest in shit, to fucking Redfall. Shadow of the fucking Redfall Starfield bullshit. Shadow of the Redfield. What the fuck happened?
Before we dive
I'm so pissed at you. I love this fucking industry and shit, but all of you are guilty and complicit in this. Square, EA, Blizzard, fucking, all of them, all of these piece of shit companies, BioWare, you're all complicit in this. You brought this on us. You caused this. I don't care if you die now. I'm not buying new Final Fantasy games. And I love Final Fantasy like I love pussy, money, and weed. You know what I'm saying? But no, I'm not ever buying another Final Fantasy product. We can see what you did to the industry. Fuck you, Square Enix. You're fucking done. Fuck you, Yoshi P. How dare you treat Final Fantasy XI how you treated it. 14-2. How dare you treat that like that? You knew how important Final Fantasy XI was to about 200,000 fucking people, but you rather remake Dissidia on the cell phone again? Like we ever even played that game? What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck is wrong with you? Look at the fucking Final Fantasy VII remaster garbage release that they're fucking trolling you about on YouTube and shit. That's not the Square Enix I grew up with. None of these video game companies are the fucking companies that I grew up with. None of them. And of course they got old. That's not their fault. But I mean, they kept masquerading like they were the same company. They shouldn't have done that. They should have told the industry that, yeah, we're kind of old now. We can't really do Final Fantasy VIIs anymore. And the young kids just don't know how to design. So now what do? I don't know what we do. We say the industry's dead. I've known since 2015, since Warlords of Draenor. If you didn't know, you weren't a real WoW player. If you didn't know that the video game industry was dead by the launch of Warlords of Draenor, you weren't a true gamer, in my opinion. If you still don't know it, you're goddamn dumb. Like this guy, you're not a real gamer if you don't know that.
A word from today's sponsor.
We've all known it. One of the things that got me my initial interest was that I would come in and I would tell people I'm not hunting for games. I'm not looking for games. I don't like the feelings that hunting for games and feeling like I don't have a lifestyle MMO home to go to really makes me miserable. Like when the dwarves get kicked out of the mountain and go and find work amongst that's the metaphor I always use for this. I got kicked out of the video game industry, my wonderful mountain home, and I was expected to just, fucking for 11 years to just find work amongst men and just not have a game to play or a lifestyle to have or anything like that. After the mishandling of the fucking the industry, I just don't trust you anymore. I don't expect these games to be good. I'm looking for $3 games to buy on Steam because I'd rather just play a crappy $3 game that they're selling for cheap, like Immortals of Avion, right? I'd rather play a crappy game with all of the voice and all the bad story and all of the bullshit that they add to it to cut the product like a goddamn drug, like Like, I swear to God, they took their fucking. You want to know what's wrong with the triple anus industry? They saw all of the coke and the dope dealers fucking cutting their fucking shit with fentanyl, and so they decided to cut all of these games with terrible stories, terrible voice acting, and fucking 12 hours of fluff. So they can sell a 20-hour game or 30-hour game with only about 8 or 10 hours of actual gameplay in it with a bunch of fucking cut. And I'm sorry, but I left the drug scene when all the piece of shit cartels and all the piece of shit drug dealers started fucking putting more cut than actual goddamn dope. And I said, fuck to the scene. I said, fuck the scene. I fucking left. I was depressed. I tried to commit suicide the second time. It was insane. I was like, fuck this. The piece of shitheads have absolutely taken over and ruined the dope scene. The piece of shitheads have taken over the Republican Party and absolutely destroyed the goddamn politics scene. The piece of shitheads have taken over with Marvel and destroyed the Hollywood scene. The piece of shitheads have taken over with the triple anus and destroyed the video game scene. Does it sound hyperbolic to you? My arguments are very, very pointed and very, 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 very logic based. Has anything I've said here been incorrect? I don't think so.
Today's video is sponsored by
you cut your junk artists dope games with fucking terrible cut of transactions and bullshit and gotcha and long stories that suck dick that just aren't even as good as Disco Elysium. I'm sorry, it's just you guys have never been able to. I don't think ever since Disco Elysium. It's like the only one. You guys have never been able to tell a good video game story. I don't know why you keep talking about lore and story in the fucking video games. I think what you're thinking of is you standing around in town walking from the innkeeper to the vendor to the fucking gamble or whatever, to the gamble NPC, and then to the church or whatever to get a blessing or whatever. I think you're screwing that up with actual fucking gameplay, because when you play these games there's not that much gameplay. It's all menu surfing and talking to NPCs and a crappy story I just couldn't give two shits about. You keep cutting the video game dope with garbage and wondering why I hate you. And yeah, if you don't know that the games have been cut since 2015, you're not an actual video game dope addict. You're just not. If you don't know that the games have been cut since 2015, I can't help you. You're fucking blind. You're fucking blind. If you didn't know that World of Warcraft has been garbage since 2015, Blizzard has been garbage since 2015, Square Enix has been garbage since 2015. If you didn't know it, you fucking suck. Larian's been garbage since Divinity Original Sin 1. I don't care what you say about Baldur's Gate 3. It's the exact same game. There's no difference. Like, all of these games have been sucking dick since 2015. If you don't know it, you aren't good at the goddamn industry. It's an insult to your face, and I mean it to be. You guys are goddamn oblivious to how really bad this shit has got. And the same is true of the Republican Party. The same is true of America. The same is true of goddamn music and videos and video games and Hollywood and Marvel and music and all this other shit, right? You guys got a hold of the industries that we know and love, that we grew up with, like Extraterrestrial and Terminator and, you know, E.T. and all this other stuff, like, you know, like all this stuff that we grew up worshiping and stuff. You took those industries and you turned them into cesspit garbage fucking gotcha hells meant to sell toys and video game skins. How many video game movies did we get this year?
That's right. If you guys have noticed the PC in the background a few weeks
ago. You see how he seems to really want to draw your attention to it?
My entire rig went down.
Fucking girl repellent.
Starforge ended up having my back. Now
I mean, he's got a wife. He doesn't have to worry. I mean, I don't know. Must be nice.
Do you guys about...
Or whatever it is, or boyfriend or wife or whatever. Husband or wife.
Best builds in PCs that
so he doesn't have to worry, but you couldn't pay me to look like this. They weren't self-aware when they were kids. They aren't self-aware now. Read the room, boomer. Nobody looks like this at the age of 40-fucking-4. Nobody looks like this. Nobody looks like this. Nobody wants to look like this. Maybe 16-year-olds want to look like this. Nobody looks like this. Read the room. Life after death. What the fuck do you know about Iron Maiden? I don't know. He must if he has the shirt. Whatever. I guess I'll give him the credit. He's got a good shirt.
Get close to.
The fuck? I mean, and also, life after death? Are you fucking serious? Life after death. Life after death? Are you fucking serious? I type in Slayer, I get Notorious B.I.G. Your AI is so good. Let's go and invest in the AI guys. Yeah, that, Nope. Why do you keep saying this? I asked for a Slayer album. Like, isn't this an album? Or no, I guess it must be a tour.
Though is so cool.
Must be a tour. Is it a tour? I was like, Life After Death? I don't even know the name of that album, so it must suck. You know?
Definitely just a hammer.
Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just a little bit too accusatory, I guess. But I'm like, I don't even know what that is. How could it possibly be good if I don't know what it is? It's Slayer, and I don't know what it is.
I've been loving my new PC from Starforge Systems. It's incredibly quiet, sleek, and lightning fast. It's a way better build than I could do myself, and they've got something for everyone. They got Horizon PCs, which are great for your everyday gamer, much more affordable, and just great for a first-time user or even experienced players. You can kick it up a notch. Go into their Navigator series that are packed with next-gen components, giving you some truly high-end performance. But if you're a content creator or an enthusiast like me, well, their Voyager series has everything that you're going to need. Starforge has a ton of incredible customization options with PCs inspired by popular games like Terraria and old-school RuneScape, anime like FreeRen, and even their own original designs. And if you really want to customize, they got limited run designs, plate lights, desk mats, and even posters to match your setup. Every PC is hand-built in Austin with premium quality and attention to detail, plus a 2-year parts and labor warranty. Starforge Systems, premium quality, white glove service, and all of it at an accessible price point. Follow the link in the pinned comment or the description below and check out Starforge Systems and find the PC of your dreams. If you somehow missed the news, not long ago, a studio comprised of former CD Projekt Red talent called Rebel Wolves revealed their debut title, In the Blood of the Dawnwalker. Now, I'm generalizing a little bit for time's sake. However, the game seems to be a Witcher-like title where you take up arms as a half-vampire, half-human to reclaim your family who's been taken by vampires, and they have essentially enslaved the human population while exacting a blood tax. A really cool premise for a game, but it begs the...
Notice he says premise instead of story, because when you think of it as a story, it sounds like a crappy B-movie horror movie from the 80s. And you're like, you dream of pitching this to some kind of video game dev person, and you're like, oh, I've got this crazy idea about this and this. And then it comes out sounding like Evil Dead 2, you know? And you're like, oh no, this sounds like Evil Dead 2, doesn't it? And you begin to realize that, yeah, you're actually, your concept is kind of B-movie level. So he says premise. He's like, that's a cool premise. But you couldn't call it a story because it sounds like a B-movie story from Evil Dead 2, you know?
Why a 20-year executive-level employee...
I know why. They've just cashed in rather than doing work. I mean, that's what it actually is. I had to keep driving taxi for 17 years. I couldn't just let the taxi drive itself after a while. That's just not how that works. That's not, you know, so, but they thought they could just sit back on their laurels and just gather their money for a while. No. You actually have to, this is an art form. You have to make it good. You can't just, like, pump out 40,000 games a year or whatever, hoping that one sticks. That's not how art forms work.
Project Red
they actually have to be good.
One of the most prestigious studios in the entire...
Nope! Fuck CDPR! If you recall, Witcher 1 sucked, Witcher 2 sucked, Witcher 3 sold, and I don't know why, Cyberpunk sold, and I don't know why, the rating was 2.6 when it launched. Stop shilling. All of these fucking idiot kids, they keep shilling for these worthless companies like CDPR. Fuck CDPR!
Industry... essentially
straight fuck CDPR. You know how many people that company has fucked with Cyberpunk? It's like 5 million or something. They fucked 5 million people for $60. Do you know how much money that is? I'm sorry, but fuck CDPR. Fuck CDPR. I've said it before on this stream, and I'll say it again. I'm never buying anything they ever do ever again. Fuck CDPR. The worst theft in the industry's fucking history was Cyberpunk. What the fuck are you talking about? It had a rating of 1.6 for 2.5 years. 1.6, and you keep trying to say CDPR, one of the greatest companies that's ever lived. No. Every one of their games has failed. Why do you keep hyping this weird mountain out of a molehill thing? Is full of fallacy and shit. CDPR has never been good. They've always been this Piranha Bytes janky European company that didn't really know how to design combat and still don't. They still don't. You know what I'm saying? Like Alex, you know? I had a friend recently, he was like, I like the Alex jank. And I was like, I'm sorry, that's something you couldn't pay me to ever say. You could put a gun to my fucking throat. I don't like the Alex jank. You could put a gun to my throat and threaten to put a hole in my throat. I'm still not saying it. I couldn't say that Alex is good. I just couldn't do it. The fucking jank is so bad. And I'm sorry, but that's what's wrong with CDPR. That's what's wrong with, that was what was wrong with Witcher 1, 2, and 3. Gwent was fine because it's a trading card game. But all the rest of their fucking products were really, really bad. And you keep saying CDPR is so good, I can't wait for the next game. Cyberpunk's so good, I can't. They fixed it. Oh yeah, well why can't I fucking stand to play it? I can stand to play most games. I can't stand to play Cyberpunk.
Start over from scratch.
Your delusion and your lies. It's something that social media did to this entire generation. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's some kind of weird mixture of lies and anxiety and imposter syndrome and hyperbole. And they believe that things are good aren't good. Like Marvel.
I mean, there is a lot of risk involved. A risk few would take. You're putting your career.
And they keep saying, Marvel's so good, though. We made so many movies, there's so many comic books, there's so many heroes, there's so many IPs that make so much money. Now there's a DC Universe to act as the protagonist to Marvel and all this crazy shit. And it's like, yeah, but have they made anything good in 25 years? I don't think so. That's the actual reality. The X-Men television show on Fox Morning Kids was a good Marvel product. Fucking Marvel Rivals is a good Marvel product. This is because of the cartoon company that made that fucking X-Men TV show. And this is because of NetEase. This is not because of the conglomerate that owns Marvel. It is not. Almost every movie they released was utter dreck. And I'm sorry, but you keep saying Marvel's so good, you're out of touch, you're too old. No. You can go and look at what are the Metacritics? This is going to be hilarious. What are the Metacritics of the last 50 of the last 50 Marvel products? Not just movies, but Marvel products, right? I'm not going to be able to get this. It's too vast of a shirt. But yeah, vast of a shirt. Too vast of a list. Ooh, yeah, Madam Web, no thanks. Fantastic Four, no thanks. Howard the Duck. Did you remake Howard the Duck? Wait, no, Howard the Duck is badass, yeah. Howard the Duck is great. Got no issue with it. Yeah, nope, Howard the Duck is good. That was good Marvel, yep. Punisher Warzone couldn't pay me. The Punisher couldn't pay me. Elektra couldn't pay me. Couldn't pay me to watch these movies. Nope. I would watch Blade 1, but no. Blade 2 and Blade 3 and Blade 4 or whatever the fuck. Fuck no. Just like Resident Evil. Nope. You understand? I'm being very careful about this. Nope. There, that's a good movie. Sure. Yeah, that's a good movie. Nope. You guys need to wake up to this. You do. You need to wake up you need to wake up to how bad of a lie of an industry that you built over the last 25 years. I don't know how you kept making the money. It's because the kids are just too dumb to know. They're too brain rotted off of iPads. They're too dumb to know. Nope. This movie was acceptable. I'm sorry. This movie was acceptable. I would not say it's good. No. Not even, like, would I ever see it again? No. Nope. You understand? Nope. This movie was watchable. Still, you couldn't pay me to watch it again. Nope. Guardians of the Galaxy 1 was a good movie. The rest of it, nope. And fuck Chris Pratt, by the way. Fuck Chris Pratt. He fucking fucked up Parks and Rec, and he fucked up Marvel, too. Fuck Chris Pratt. Ant-Man, nope. I know this is a good movie, but I don't think it's good. Nope. This is a good movie, but I don't like it. You know? Nope. No, you understand I'm saying no to all 100 of your products? How the fuck did you get here? I'm really an open-minded dude, too. I usually don't say no to products. I'm like, I'll just see if it's good or whatever. I'm that open-minded motherfucker that really wants to, like, believe that you might be good. I'm that guy who gives you the swing. I actually am. I'm really not a dismissive person. I usually really get worried about just being dismissive of things, so I really try to give this shit the chance that it should have. But nope, you couldn't pay me to watch most of these products. It would be like torture to me. How you made this much money is because you're selling to toddlers who have been brain rotted by iPads. But they don't know what good products are. I don't know. Maybe. I don't think so, though. Nope. This is a watchable movie. I didn't like it. And I liked her more than him. Nope. 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 This is a good movie. We're getting down to the last 5. There's one good movie in this list. Nope. Nope. This is a watchable movie. I wouldn't call it good. Nope. Nope. This is a good movie. I think it's incredibly fucking racist. And I think a lot of people would argue against me. But I think this is an incredibly racist movie because I see a lot of tokenism here. Like almost like Token from South Park. I see a lot of tokenism here, and I think this might be a really fucked up racist movie. I've never seen it before, but I think of this as a fucked up racist movie, kind of. I think it was fucked up and racist to put the word black in the phrase Black Panther. I think it's fucked up and racist. I think it's fucked up and racist. I don't like that you named this character Black Panther. I don't care if you were inspired by the Black Panthers. I don't care. It's sort of racist. It wasn't your culture to go and steal and try and make a fucking Marvel IP out of. It's what white people always do to black culture. I'm sorry, but nope. So understand, I saw about 3 movies out of that 100 that were even watchable. The same is true of video games. How you guys make so much money is beyond me. Sooner or later, you need your industry shattering moments where you don't make any more money because you don't make good products. You need it just like every other industry has their oh shit moment. Oh, we got too greedy. We started making the product shittier than they should have been, and our customers stopped buying them, and now they've gone to the competitor, right? That's what needs to happen to you. That's what's happening. NetEase is kicking your ass up and down the block. God damn it, do not log me out. NetEase is kicking Blizzard's ass up and down the fucking block, as they should, because Blizzard doesn't have two shits of 1/10 of a concept how to design a modern video game. They just don't. And they canceled the only hope that they had, which was their Blizzard survival game. I don't really understand Blizzard, and I hope NetEase fucking slaughters you. You do deserve it after the treatment, after what you did to us just this year with that $75 mount that you made limited time supply. I came so close to buying that fucking mount until I realized that that's drinking the Kool-Aid. It actually is. It's like at that point you have given up your free will and you're just giving Blizzard money for no good fucking reason. Nah, just click the Hearthstone and walk 10 steps to the auction house and then make a flight back out and lose 2 minutes. Don't spend $75 on that mount that they made limited time supply. It goes against everything Blizzard ever used to stand for. And they've just declared gacha as king, and they charged $75 for the most expensive skin in history, and then they made it limited supply.
Reputation on the
limited time only.
And there has
LTO, limited time only. It's one of the scummiest things that fucking retailers do.
To be a pretty damn good reason for that. Well,
limited time only. When you hear LTO, you're like, oh god, that guy is full blown made money his god now, and he doesn't care about his product or his business's name or his reputation or anything. He just wants to sell that product. Limited time only.
Find out, Risk is the exact reason why they left. In an interview written by Robert Jones of PC Gamer titled The Witcher 3's director explains why he had to leave CD Projekt Red to make his dream vampire RPG.
Yeah, we had crazy ideas, and CDPR, no, they're about ripping you off and doing what's safe. Trust me, that's what Cyberpunk was. It was just Grand Theft Auto re-delivered with an RPG skin that wasn't done well. I'm sorry, I know that pretty much sums up Cyberpunk in a single sentence, and it's very rude and very, unfair, but it is. It's a very bad Grand Theft Auto derivative that did not have the soul and heart that Grand Theft Auto 5 had, that did not have a good RPG system that was fun to play, did not have a playable game at launch. Sorry, and committed the worst, what I consider to be the worst industry theft of all goddamn time beyond there's three. There's 3 really bad industry thefts. There's the red-ringed Xbox 360s, there's the red-ringed PlayStation 2s, and then there's the fucking Cyberpunk. And how you keep sucking on CDPR's dick. I know how, because CDPR full-blown pays you. They pay you money to do this. You're sponsored. But how you keep sucking CDPR's dick is beyond me. I will not do so. I've been fucked by them with Witcher 1, got fucked by them with Witcher 2, got fucked by them with Witcher 3, got fucked by them with Cyberpunk. I bought all of those games at least twice, if not 5 times, and returned them. I mean, I'm sorry, but CDPR, I will not stand by while you say CDPR is good. I just will not do it. I will not accept that brain rot. I accept a lot of brain rot from you fucking brain dead piece of shit moron generationals. Yeah, I really do. I take a lot of brain rot retardation from you guys. I will not accept that CDPR is good. I will just die on that hill. I will not accept that CDPR is good. Fucking Cyberpunk had a rating of 1.6 meta, 3.4 fucking, or whatever it was. I just will not accept that CDPR is good. I will not take that lie. I'm not taking it up my pussy or whatever. I'm not doing it. I'm not taking that fucking lie up my butt. I'm not doing it. You can lie all you want, all the time. You lie about how good a game or a company is. I'm sorry, I played their fucking products, and I'm not stupid like you. I'm not taking your lie up the butt. I'm not doing it.
Crazy ideas.
This guy definitely is. This guy is taking the lie up the butt. He's drank the Kool-Aid, and he absolutely is clueless 10 years past when the industry died. Anybody who actually is a really good video game player has known that the industry has been dead for 10 fucking years because they're not bad like this dude.
Robert writes,
there's a reason that this dude is games media. He's not bad. He's just clueless. Ignorance is not necessarily something you should be mad at somebody for. He's just clueless. It's sort of weird. How do you sit in this industry with 131,000 hits and 248,000 subs, and yet you're bad? How do you do that? It's the greatest form of imposter I've ever seen. It rivals and absolutely trumps, and I use that word very pointedly. It rivals and absolutely trumps the talented Mr. Ripley. It does. It's like, how do you get this much imposter? You're 10 years late, Sonny. You're 10 years late.
Magazine's upcoming The Blood of the
How do you get this blind? It's because you were an industry shill for the last 10 years, whether you knew it or not. How do you get this blind? You've drank the Kool-Aid. You have no idea. This is brand news to you. How is this brand news to you? How is this brand news to you? I just don't even know. That's the phrase I'm going to use for these. I'm sorry, it's the word that always comes up. There's only one word that I'm comfortable using to sum up people from these generations, right? It's naive. I wouldn't call them dumb. I wouldn't call them stupid. I wouldn't call them rude or mean or fucked up or toxic or any of the other things that I think a lot of the other people do on social media and stuff. Only naive. How you are coming to this realization 10 years later is so naive, it is just beyond me.
Issue. I flew out to Warsaw to visit Rebel Wolves and speak to a number of its key devs.
Dear God, why?
Founder Konrad Tomaskovitz, best known for being the director of The Witcher 3, one of gaming's greatest...
Why? Why do they keep saying we're one of gaming's greatest RPGs? For what, that little 5-year period? Are you fucking kidding me? I can name, without using the internet, 50 RPGs that are better than Witcher 3 without using the internet. Final Fantasy 6, 7, 8, 9. I know it sounds like I'm copping out, but I mean, this is true. 10, 11, 12. There you go. That's 7 right there. Shall we go on? Legend of Dragoon, Legend of Legaia. What's that one about pirates? Eternal Sonata, or Legend of Vesperia, or Skyrim. We could go through all the Bethesda titles. I can go through 200 fucking titles. Before 200, you know what I'm saying, 200 or 300 titles. I can't stand your CDPR hyperbole. Just because Witcher 3 was your first RPG doesn't make it a good RPG, young scrub. It's not like young thug. It's like young scrub. You're a young scrub. I don't care what you think about Witcher 3. It doesn't make it good. I can list out fucking Lunar Star Silver Story complete. Chrono Cross, Chrono Trigger. So the whole Square catalog essentially is better than anything way back 25 years ago was better than anything that CDPR has ever done. Breath of Fire 2, Breath of Fire 3, Bloodborne, Dark Souls, Demon Souls. I'm gonna list 250 titles before I ever get to Witcher 3. Why do you guys keep saying that it's the best RPG of the generation, or with the best RPG made, or all this stuff? No, it's your social media ignorant fucking brain rot asses saying that WoW is the first MMO and the Witcher 3 is the best single player RPG. Just because you don't know about other games doesn't make that true. It's fucking disgusting. It's disgusting. You are ignoring 7 generations of games when you say that Witcher 3 is like the best RPG ever made. That is ridiculous. It's fucking a lie. It represents the hyperbolic lie that killed the industry. I can't stand these hyperbolic lies out of you guys. Witcher's not even in the top 300 RPGs, much less games. You know what I'm saying? It's not even a top 300 game, much less top 300 RPG. It's not even, oh, sorry, I said that backwards. It's not even a top 300 RPG, much less a top 300 game. But the piece of shit social media generation that turned like 15, 16 when Witcher 3 got famous. I was like, I don't know, 25 or no, I'm sorry. I was older than that. I was like 34, I think, when Witcher 3 hit. Yep, I believe that would have been 10 years ago. So somewhere around there. Yeah, somewhere around there. We'll call that somewhere, call it 33-ish, something like that, right? So, yeah. I'm 33 when Witcher 3 hits. I'm aware that even during that generation, there was about 50 other RPGs that were better. Shall we talk about Xbox 360 games from I'm sorry, I guess not 360, PS4. Like, there's so many more better RPGs on PS4. Some of them are arcade games. Games like Spelunky 2 are better than Witcher 3. They're just better. They're more replayable. They're more easy to return to. They're more fun to play. They'll endear you more. They'll immerse you more. I'm terribly sorry, but I really do think that a fucking $5 arcade game that they used to sell on the PlayStation 4 fucking arcade is better than fucking Witcher 3. I would rather play Spelunky 2 than Witcher 3. And that's how you know that they've been living a lie, Timmy, for a long fucking time. They've been living a lie, Timmy. They've been living a lie, Timmy, for a long fucking time about how good their industry is, about how good Marvel is, about how good their AI is, or how good their stocks are, or how good GameStop is, or how, I mean, it's just weird. It's their social media hyperbolic lie generation. They just hype things that just aren't even remotely fucking good. Just aren't remotely good. Like all those Marvel movies that I just went through. The whole list of them, they were entirely worthless except for like 5 of them or something like that. But I guarantee, like most average nerds in the average age of 18 or something like that, worship these movies. And I'm like, dear God, why? Dear God, why? There's enough movies from the 80s. Even if it is taking like a 30-year jaunt back or whatever, there is enough superhero movies from the 80s to make you happy for the rest of your fucking life that are actually good, like Superman, Batman, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Why would you watch this terrible Marvel dreck? Why would you waste your fucking time? I understand it if you're comic book men and you worship Marvel, and I understand it then. I do get it then. I don't get it from a video game nerd who has a lot of tastes across a bunch of different medias and stuff. I don't get it. Marvel's fucking worthless, just like CDPR. You can hype it and hype it and hype it and hype it. But when Cyberpunk and the Marvel movies actually hit, they tank. They fucking tank. They tank horribly.
Fantasy RPG experience.
When you actually chew the meat, you get to drooling. You're like, oh man, I'm going to the steakhouse and I'm gonna have a steak with a fucking, like a man thing. It's not a man thing, but it's like I'm going to the steakhouse and I'm gonna have steak with a really fine red wine and a nice baked potato with the perfect amount of chives and sour cream and stuff and there's chocolate cake for dessert and a blowjob for the aftertaste, right? And you're just like, oh man, I can't wait for this fucking steak. I can't wait for it. Oh my God, it sounds so good. And you wait for months and months and months. And then you get, what was it? I don't know, Fantastic Four or something. Who was the pederast movie? You get the Flash, where they've got like, you know, the pederast dude, Ezra Miller is as Barry Gordon or whatever. You get this terrible pederast movie that's just, you know, fucking terrible, and you're like, what the fuck? You're like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck happened? When you actually chew the meat, you're like, this isn't a steak. This isn't even worthy of a McDonald's Big Mac. I don't want this in my mouth. And you spit it out. When the day comes to actually consume the media, after all of the hype, you're like, no, social media said this was going to be so good. It was going to be so good. It was going to be so good, but it's not. It's not. What happened? And you have this terrible rug pull moment, like the Bitcoin generation doing all their rug pulls. It's like they want to write rug pull into their goddamn media ethos. Rug pull. It's like they want to write rug pull into every Hollywood movie that they make, every television show that they make, every video game that they make, and every fucking album that they release. It's like they want to hype up something on social media. It's this imposter syndrome thing. It's something it's like this weird mental disease that affected entire generations, and it's a mixture of imposter syndrome, social media lies, and hyperbole, where they don't actually enjoy anything, so they hype what they think is going to be good because that's the only joy that they're capable of. And I can suss it out immediately. You can see them do it. And the movies aren't good. The movies aren't good. The games are not good. The television shows are not good. Rings of Power was not good. I didn't like Fallout. I thought it was a good television show, but I didn't like Fallout. I didn't like it. I'm not going back to it ever again. I can tell you that. I'm not going back to Rings of Power ever again. I'm not going back to, you know, I'm sorry, but I'm not going back to New World. I don't think it was a nice jaunt, but you hyperbolated it so much that I went looking for something that when I actually got the product in my mouth, I was like, you know, in a different way, not the like for spitting on dick. Well, I mean, yeah, kind of, but more like like puke in the sink. Like, you know, like I got a new form of Hawk Tuah for you. Your generational fucking design over all of these media and games and television and shit. It makes me want to in the sink.
Tomaskovich also worked as co-director on Cyberpunk 2077.
Almost damn near did almost puke on myself just there, because the media almost does make me puke like that. It's fucking sick. When I think of like all of the stuff that I was raised with over the I even like the Batman show from the 70s and stuff, and the Superman show from the 50s and stuff. Dobie Gillis and stuff from all the media from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and that's it. At that point, right around 2004, the media got incredibly bad. Star Wars died, Batman died, DC died, Marvel died, video games died, MMOs died, music died. Thank God for Billie Eilish and fucking Taylor Swift to carry music on their fucking shoulders with K-Dot and stuff. But I still wouldn't say that the modern stuff that they're doing is good. Billie Eilish's first like 3 albums are super fucking good, and I like everything she's ever done. I like all of her fucking albums. But when you look at the first album compared to the 5th album, you begin to understand, as soon as they start internalizing the fucking social media imposter syndrome mixture of hyperbole and lack of joy, because the products actually aren't good, and like, you know, they immediately start churning out slop. And we have a word for it. It's called slop. They immediately start churning out slop. The Weeknd was so fucking good for like 2 albums. Then he started churning out slop. They made him fucking king of the Super Bowl. It doesn't really make sense. He didn't continue making good albums that dominated the radio and stuff. Like the Beatles did. I would say that eventually, when he became a victim of his own social media machine, his work, like Tay-Tay's work, like Billy's work, like all of the other people out there's work. I'm pointing out like the top 5 artists and stuff because it like I have a point here. Just like what happened to Metallica, just like what happened to Tool, just like what happened to fucking to like System, like what happened to, you know, just like what happened to the Beatles and all of this stuff. Eventually, all that hype and all that money and all that prestige and all that bullshit, all that bullshit in the magazines and the television shows and the media and the interviews, all that hyperbole, it hurts the product so badly that you guys start churning out slop. We even have buzzword hashtags now for it now, like slop, where it, like what's the new Webster dictionary word? Last year it was woke. This year it's slop. right? Because that's what you guys do. You churn out slop. I yell at you about it because it's an existential problem. All I can do is yell at you about it. I can't make you go make a good product. I can only tell you that what you thought was palatable products the last 20 years absolutely were not, and you lied to yourself, and you pull these weird fake numbers out of nowhere, and you've got bots pushing movies and stuff like this on X and all this other stuff. You have bots inflating things now. You have bots inflating streamers. You have bots inflating movies and television and games. You have bots running the games. You have bots doing parties for people in World of Warcraft. It's okay, but I mean, like, understand you have built an entire generation set of media and music and television and philosophy and politics on this philosophy of naivety. It's like not a philosophy, it's a fucking, what's the word, it's like a program, or like a like on a battle plan, or like a course of action, or like, what do you call this? It's like a you know, like you have built an entire generationals, like a whole 3 generations or something worth of media and television and music and video games, and all of it is slop, and you've called it gold. I don't know. I can't come up with the eloquent words to define it. And I'm sorry, but when I go through the whole top 100 Marvel list and I can only find 5 movies, you can just see it. You can see it. Some people will probably argue and say it's like 15 or 20, but I mean, no, there are like, for me, and because I'm talking about like the outside audience who wasn't raised on Marvel. For me, somebody who was not raised on Marvel, not at all. The only Marvel I experienced at all was Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and the Spider-Man show on Fox. And sorry, not the Spider-Man show, the X-Men show on Fox. I didn't watch the Spider-Man show. And that's it. That's the extent of the Marvel that I know of. I didn't buy their comics. So understand, I'm just this dude who kind of liked an X-Men television show when he was young, who did like, some of the other stuff they've done. I thought Iron Man 2 was a watchable movie. I didn't think 1 was, but I thought 2 was. And I don't know.
Obvious question is why an established and proven director would feel the...
And so this seems to be news to you guys. But I mean, like, I went through 2 suicide attempts and 3 bad relationships, 15 years, and 7 of those on the street. I mean, it has been like 15 years since I've known this since, like, I think 2010 was when I had my wake up call. 2015 is when I left my mountain home, and I just stopped expecting any of this stuff to be good anymore, and went trying to find some kind of amalgamation of games, which you can see right here. You can see the amalgamation of games. I go and try and find some amalgamation of games that I can still stand to play in 2025, like Eve, X4, my games I've been doing this for 37 years or something like that, since the original Nintendo. I've been doing like RPGs and stuff, and after 37 years of this, I'm sorry to report that I need depth in my games. DEPTH, depth. You know, I've never been able to say depth that well when my tongue is dry, but depth. I need depth in my games. You aren't supplying it, so I either hunt new games looking for it, or I go back looking for it in the old games. And I mean, it sucks that I have to do this. I should be able to play new games, but I mean, no. Almost all 4 of these games, except for Once Human, are at least 10 years old. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I throw my hands up. I can't force all of mankind to accept that they've been making slop for 20 years. I just need to point it out and hope that horse comes to the water and drinks it of their own volition. I can't force you to see it. I can only show you. You know? You have to accept that you've been making slop as video game developers for 15 years or something like that. I've known it since 2015 that the industry's been dead. This nerd doesn't know, which is proof that he's kind of bad, you know? But the problem is, there's a bunch of people his age who don't know. They haven't been doing this like a drug addiction for 37 years. They just haven't been. I've been doing this as a drug addiction for longer than you've been alive. You aren't self-aware. You like normally you aren't really self-aware. You're not usually self-aware. Read the room.
To such success. I set up Rebel Wolves because I felt I wanted to make something that was unique with my friends, says Moskovich. Of course, we have a huge love for RPG games and what has been done before in the past, but I feel those things, those rules of RPG games can be expanded and evolved. We have crazy ideas. We knew that, if we wanted to make them, we would need to open our own studio. Because it would be too hard to convince a big company, with non-IP to change and do something new and do something crazy. Actually, it's risky, because we're doing some solutions which are new. And there it is, a few words that speak volumes. The vast majority of the biggest titles across the entire industry are legacy IP, long-standing franchises, well-known names that have built empires. Assassin's Creed, Diablo, Call of Duty.
I don't want any of those ever again. Nope. Those have overstayed their welcome. Like talk to anybody in media and stuff that are savvy, and they'll tell you about how overstaying your welcome or over pushing a product or flooding the market or whatever. You have flooded the market with those old IPs. I don't ever want to see any of them ever again. I'm sorry to tell you that you can't just ride Diablo for the rest of your lives, but no, you have to actually make video games. I don't want a Diablo 5. I didn't want a Diablo 4. I mean, 3 wasn't good enough. I don't want a Diablo 5. I don't want it.
Publishers have their crown jewel and oftentimes avoid investing in new IPs or even iterating on their existing ones. And
you couldn't pay me to play any Assassin's Creed. I tried to play Black Flag this year. I tried to swallow the bile long enough to install Assassin's Creed Black Flag because I was like, well, the EA store won't be part of it. The EAC won't be part of it. A lot of their problems won't be there. It'll run better because the EAC and the EA won't be part of it. I was like, maybe the bad parts of it are just the EA and the publisher and all that, EA. But no, I couldn't bring myself to play an Assassin's Creed game because there's 23 of them and not any one of them is good. I would still rather play World of Warcraft Rogue from Classic than any of the Assassin's Creed games from Assassin's Creed 1 to Assassin's Creed 28.
Meaningful ways.
I don't want another Final Fantasy. As sad as that is for me to say, I don't want another Final Fantasy. You guys have to make new games with depth that I actually want to play. I know it's scary, but yeah, I actually respect Bethesda more than I do a lot of you guys because at least they did try something new with Starfield. Something new being X4 Foundations was around for 10 years, but nobody knew. Right? I've got X4 right here as proof that there's a superior space game than Starfield that was always there like 7 years before Starfield, who has been there for 28 years or 40 years or whatever it is, who's just, this is better. It's just fucking better. Starfield does not have this kind of exploration and patho at all. It does not have living systems of aliens that are all having, economic systems with each other and trade and war and fight with each other and all this crap. It just does not have the depth and stuff. And so I give Bethesda the half nod for doing something new with Starfield that we hadn't really seen before, except we have with No Man's Sky, but doing something new that we hadn't really seen before. And the problem is I was like, this isn't original. I knew when I played it, I was like, this isn't original. It seems derivative, but I don't know why, and I don't know what game it is, and I have to go find it. Look, I found it. And as you can see, it's a cooler map. It doesn't have planet landing, but it's got station landing, and there's as many stations as there is planets, I think. Do you see it? There's so many stations in each thing. There is like 50 there's like 50 planets in each one of these because they're stations. They're just he chose to do stations because his tech couldn't do landing on a planet the way Bethesda could in 2020 or whatever. He was working with X3 way back in 2010. So you can see that the games are derivative, and I don't want to give Bethesda the half nod anymore when I saw the developers that they ripped off. And you can just see the mishandling of the AAA-ness for the last 10 years.
tweaks and adjustments, recycled mechanics.
You know, it's funny. You know what this reminds me of? And I think I'm starting to deliver better content with this stuff. I think I am. I'm getting better at doing this, right? It reminds me of rewatching The X-Files over and over and over and over again, right? There's a lot of content right now, but the best content for me is these dudes like Legendary Drops talking about the death of the video game industry. It's my most favorite content. I spend a lot of time on it. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of watching The X-Files when I was a kid and wanting the alien lore episodes, the alien canon episodes, right? I was like, I don't want to do another Monster of the Week in season 5 with Agent Doggett. I want to see Mulder, Scully, and aliens. Right? And even X-Files, eventually the X-Files became slop because they didn't even have the original stars anymore, and they just didn't have compelling stories anymore, and they barely ever did lore. They just did Monster of the Week. And so this is what this reminds me of. I don't like doing the industry is dying all day every day. I could be like, oh, the sky is falling, like Chicken Little. I could be like Chicken Little and be like, the sky is falling all day every day. The sky's falling. You know, I used to be one of my character names was Skyfall. One of my character, I'm famous for the name Skyfall on a bunch of different games. People know me for Skyfall too. I've got a bunch of different names. There's Skycat, Catastrophe, Catty Corner, Skyfall, Catalini was a very famous name for a while. Skycat, all the other ones. And I have a lot of names, but I used to be named Skyfall for you know, and it's just funny because I feel like Chicken Little now. I have like the video game industry to me now is a lot like watching The X-Files. There's a lot of Monsters of the Week problems with the video game industry that we need to pay attention to, like gacha, loot boxes, FIFA, loot boxes in particular. There's the fact that they can't write a good story anymore, not that they ever could. The fact that the music isn't that good anymore. The fact that the graphics are good, but they aren't like knock me off my pants seats good anymore. You know, that sort of stuff. There's stuff going on. The difficulty isn't right. The bullet sponge is too much. The one shot is too much. The balance isn't good. Season rating isn't good. It doesn't really work. Season rating doesn't really put you up against people that are at your skill level. There's a lot of their backfills are really, really terrible in live service games. I used to do a lot of I tried to start doing videos about all this stuff. I was like, well, I could go the average route that every other streamer goes, and I could start bitching about the stuff that I care about and doing videos about it, which is what every other streamer does. But I was like, well, I could do all that editing and bullshit and problems, or I could just do it every day on my stream and just and give the content and put all of my heart into the content whenever I do it. And I'd rather do that than edit a bunch of videos that I get a million hits on, right? But I mean, I could cut videos about backfill. I did cut a video about backfill. I wrote a video that I cut and I published way back like 2 years ago called Dear Blizzard, One Shots and Backfill, Dear God, Why? That's literally what I titled it. I was like, Dear Blizzard, One Shots and Backfill, Dear God, Why? And during that video, I showed an example of how they moved me as the main tank of my team in a competitive match to a losing team's match. And it was my losing team. It was the team that I was losing, that I was winning. The team that I was beating. I got transferred from the team that I was winning as to the team I was beating as a main tank. And then I wrote a video about this, and I published the video, and then I deleted it because I was like, I don't want to be like everybody else. I don't want to be a pirate or whatever. I don't want to do what all these butt pirates do. I don't want to do what this butt pirate does and bitch about the industry. I don't want to do that. I can just do it on my stream all day because I do it on my stream all day anyways, right? I'm a streamer. This guy is a YouTube creator. Sometimes I get our careers mixed up, but I don't think we have the same career, kind of. I have his career, but he doesn't have my career because I'm on stream 14 hours a day, so I don't need to cut videos called Dear Blizzard, one shots and backfill, dear God, why? Because like they see that when I play my Blizzard games all day every day anyways. They see that on my stream 14 hours a day. I don't need to draw the public's attention to that. I don't need to. It happens anyways. So I took down those 2 videos that I did at the start of my career where I was like, maybe I should bitch about the scene all the time and build a career out of that. But I realized nobody likes a complainer. I don't want to be a Cursed Farms trying to attack somebody or whatever. I just don't want to be that I don't want to be a TMZ takedown artist. I don't respect people like that. I don't want to be a drama artist. I want to be, I don't mind drama, excuse me. I don't mind being a drama streamer, and I don't mind being like a drama obsessed streamer. I don't mind that. But I don't want to be the drama. I don't want to go attack somebody else. I don't want to do that. I just want to watch somebody else do it. It's actually much easier, much lazier, and still the same money. So I'd rather pull up Patrick CC trolling like K-Dot or somebody, or Drake, right? Or trolling Drake, right? I'd rather pull up Patrick CC trolling Drake than do it myself, right? Because somebody else did it better than you.
Annex that other studios.
So like now I've been aware for 9.5 years, something like 9.5 years. I count the days at this point. It's almost like being in prison. I count the days till the industry actually gets competent again. I count the fucking days, and it's been 9.5 years. This dude is like, oh, it's happening right now. Our industry is dying. What the fuck are you talking about? The industry's been dead since Warlords of Draenor. Name a good game. Fortnite? Name a good game in the last 8 years. Elden Ring. Fortnite. Drawing a blank. Since 2015, name a really good brand new game that everybody owns and everybody plays and everybody loves. Elden Ring. Fortnite. And not everybody loves Fortnite either. It's actually hard to get some people to play Fortnite. I know. So like, but I mean, like, what else is there? Overwatch, I guess. Overwatch. Nope. All the rest of them are sequels. All of them are expansions or remakes or extensions. Brand new IPs that everyone knows and everybody owns and everybody likes. I'm going to go through my list just to make sure I didn't miss any here. I feel like I'm missing some, but I don't think so. I think there's been 2 good games in the last. I would call Valheim a good game. I would say Valheim is one of them. Yep. Valheim is one of them. I'm gonna give the nod to Valheim. No, Baldur's Gate 3 is not new. I'm talking about new IPs. Caves of Cud. I'm going to say it because I believe it. I believe Caves of Cud to be something really new and really beautiful. Well, it's not though, because it's just Dwarf Fortress done better. So, nope, it goes off the list. It's just Dwarf Fortress with better graphics. So, Disco Elysium is the #1 game of all time. If you don't believe me, let's consult the Metacritic games of all time. Right at the top, you're going to see Disco Elysium because it was that good. Well, yeah, I guess it's actually been outdone. Never mind. No, this has changed. Oh, no, this is Metascore. I want user score. User score, you're going to see, oh, no, this has changed. Yep, this has definitely shuffled since I last looked. So, no, people have definitely changed their opinions and had a mind towards honoring older titles now. As you can see, Max Payne sat in the top 20. Diablo 2, I think it's right. I think that is right. I think Diablo 2 is a game that everybody knew and everybody loved and everybody thought was good. Yep. I don't like Heroes of Might and Magic, and I didn't like Nemesis. Nemesis is not the top 3 game of all time. What the fuck? What? No. So whatever. They've best games of all time. No, I guess it isn't sitting there. It's The Legend of Zelda. What is this? Twilight Princess? No, Ocarina of Time on the 64. Wow. Soul Calibur 1. You've been to the clinic, but your Soul Calibur crotch still burns. Grand Theft Auto 4, Super Mario Galaxy Sunshine 2, The Legend of Zelda, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, I believe so. Yeah. Which one was this? This is oh yeah, of course, whatever it is, Breath of the Waifu or whatever. Uh Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, Perfect Dark. Are you fucking serious? Perfect Dark sucked. Red Dead Red Dead 2, Grand Theft Auto, Metroid Prime, Grand Theft Auto 3, Super Mario, Halo, NFL 2K1. I love this game on the Dreamcast. We used to play this game so much. I love this game. It's a top 15 game of all time. Look at this list. It's all of our favorite games. Look at this list. It's all of our favorite games. What the fuck? Is Metroid Prime good? I never played it. BioShock. RE4 definitely is a top 20 game. Look, yeah, see, people said Baldur's Gate 3 was a top 5 game, and I'm like, no, it's not even a top 20 game. I said that last year, and I think I pissed some people off, but I'm like, no, I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 is even a top 20 game, no. It sucks, but, I mean... Disco Elysium has slid down this list. I don't know why, but yeah, Disco Elysium is... Maybe we look at newest releases, right? Fusion. What's Fusion? Car Wash Tycoon. Oh no, these people have bad taste. They're playing cell phone games. Anyways... okay, that's my thing about this. So understand, the industry sucks. It's been dead for 9.5 years. You've been selling slop and calling it gold, and you've deluded yourself into believing that your slop is gold, and it's not. And now it's become so unpalatable that we won't eat the slop anymore, and now you don't know what to do. And now we're back to the original fucking subject at hand, which is the game industry is shattering, and it's about time, because it's been shattering for about 10 years, but it took 10 years for the media to realize it. I knew it 2015. I went through a second drug addiction and a second suicide attempt over it. When I knew that the games weren't being made and that there wasn't anything worth playing, I got so sad. I got so fucked up. I went to the streets and I started like taking like stripper cohorts and stuff. And I just, I just lost it. I was like, I don't know what to do. The thing that I love the most in the world has become a complete cesspit of death. And there's not a single new title that I want to play. And I just was like, well, if that's what the reality is going to be, that they just stop making good games, then I'm just going to go kill myself on dope. And that's what I did.
Found success.
I ended up in jail and the madhouse. I didn't end up in prison, but I ended up in city jail and the madhouse and like and all this other stuff because the industry died. To me, the industry died in 2015 with Warlords of Draenor.
In using crossover with relevant genres, safe and measured approach.
But I kept playing WoW too. I played WoD to completion. I played fucking BFA to completion. I have my Lore Master achieves to that. I played Shadowlands to completion. I have my Lore Master achieves to that. I played fucking BFA and what is the other one? The new one, Dragonflight, and then this one, the War Within. I have my Lore Master achievements for all of those things. Do I think they're good expansions? No. Dragonflight was because it had really good music and really good flight, but it was easy and fun to do, and so was Legion. Legion was exactly the same way, but would I return to them? No.
And that's where the problem lies. These massive publishers, the ones that hold some of the most beloved franchises,
they aren't aware. Now the biggest problem is they aren't aware. They aren't aware that their own products are slop. They'll never tell themselves this. I know because I've been a lead singer. I know I will never accept if somebody says that my band was bad. I'll just never accept that. I won't do it. I'll be like, no, my band was super fucking good. My band was really good. People would sit and listen to us. My band was good. They were good. We just didn't get famous. That's the difference. One in every 10 billion bands becomes famous, it's just sort of crazy. So, whatever, but I still, and that pride as an artist about that work that I did when I was a 15-year-old, right? That work that I did when I was a 15-year-old, I have so much pride about it. I do. I don't care about it, but I have an immense amount of pride about it. I don't care about the work itself. I don't value it, and I don't even have it. I don't have my own albums. You know what I'm saying? I don't have my own albums. I don't care.
are no longer in a position where they can take any real risks. It's not that they don't want to innovate, it's that they can't afford to innovate. The sheer scale of these companies, the weight of their headcounts, and the financial commitments that they are tied to with every single release mean that every game that they produce has to be a guaranteed success, or at least in their eyes it is. They're too afraid to break the wheel. When a single game can now cost hundreds of millions of dollars to develop, and when the livelihood of thousands of employees are tied to that game's success, innovation starts looking less like an opportunity and more like a liability. This is why so many publishers latch on to legacy.
No, it's their pride. Their pride. The poison's in their pride. The poison in the well is their pride. They cannot accept that these products they spend so much time on aren't actually good. They can't accept it. I couldn't either. I understand that's part of the artist's pride. It's just part of pride. It's who we are. So, but they need to swallow that pride and understand that they've been making slop and they need to stop.
With a death grip, Assassin's Creed, Call of Duty, The Elder Scrolls, Diablo, these franchises have been around for decades. And while they still
I don't care, and I don't want them anymore.
They're just repeating themselves with minor adjustments. The problem isn't necessarily that these games are bad. Some of them definitely are.
I can't see my mouse. I really don't ever want to see Spider-Man or Batman ever again.
Plenty of people are still enjoying them, and they often deliver at least a competent experience. But they don't move.
There is such a thing as overdoing stuff. There is too much. There is such a thing as too much chocolate syrup in the milk. There is such a thing. You know, there is such a thing. You can reach that.
Risk because
you guys reach that. You have overdone The Witcher. You have overdone Mario. You have overdone Zelda. You have overdone fucking Skyrim, Elder Scrolls. You have overdone fucking all these fucking things. Final Fantasy. You have overdone these games. You need to do something new.
The industry,
they're terrified of that. They're like, what do you mean? You mean work? Do something creative and actually make something new? Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. And not only that, I need you to give me new game styles, because I haven't seen any. I don't think I've seen a. What do we see that's new lately? Like, for instance, I haven't ever seen riding a tank around in a hero shooter. So Marvel Rivals did something very interesting with that. That's the only interesting thing that I think they did. Oh, well, no, that's not true. They gave you a bunch of shorter cooldowns. It's the shortest the cooldowns have ever been in a hero shooter, and that's very brave, I would say. But yeah, like innovations lately. Like, for instance, I had never seen taking somebody hostage before. Where did I see that? That was like. Where was that? I saw taking somebody hostage, taking a character hostage. I hadn't seen that before, but I mean, we don't get new gameplay styles or new genres.
Is locked into a cycle where studios are specializing.
Battle Royale was good.
In a singular franchise, pouring all of their resources into maintaining.
But that was from, again, 2010. We need another Battle Royale revolution of some sort. I think it's base building.
Rather than exploring new ideas. And the bigger these games get, the harder it becomes.
I think I want a Fortnite 2 where you have base building, kind of like Save the World, but you could just go out into this massive Fortnite world and get guns and currency and build a cool Fortnite building really big in this massive Fortnite world where the graphics are a little bit basic, so you can do a lot more. And I kind of want a Fortnite 2 with base building. I want a combination of the Battle Royale on a longer time length, like the way that Rust does wipes, and I want like a base builder Fortnite.
Comes to
I mean, Rust is that. If Rust didn't have the toxicity, I would return to it. Rust has that. That Rust is what I'm talking about. But Rust got toxically shat on by shitheads for so fucking long that I couldn't. I mean, I definitely am not going back to Gun Rust. I'm not going back to Gun Rust where they just cheat and aimbot and harass you at the door all day. I'm not going back to Gun Rust. Toxic shitheads killed the game.
Taking a chance on anything else. The irony is that's not how these franchises.
I look at this game and I think developers are forgetting about what I know that I could have and I don't have. Like, I look at this game and I'm like, well, where's the base building? Where's the chopping the trees? I look at this particular scene and I think, oh, it's a worthless scene with nothing going on because there's not enough mobs. There's nobody to farm. There's not enough XP to get. That you can't chop the trees. I'm sorry, it's just like it's a bad RPG.
We're born in
Old school RuneScape is better than this RPG.
First place when Blizzard.
I know you don't want to believe that, but it is. Old school RuneScape is so much better than Witcher 3. I would rather play old school RuneScape than Witcher 3, and I don't like old school RuneScape.
Diablo when
because there's not that much to this game. It's like go to a fucking thing that some quest giver told you to do, kill some mobs, gather some item, do some puzzle, come back to the town.
That made the Elder Scrolls when
don't chop trees, don't build a base. If you do, it's somebody else's house in a town or something. I'm sorry, but this game was just not that good.
Dragon Age, these games were massive gambles. They were made by smaller teams.
I don't think of Witcher 3 being yeah, I guess.
With fewer resources, but a vision that was driven by creativity rather than market expectations. These weren't sure bets. These were passion projects that resonated with players because they did something new. But as these franchises became juggernauts and they turned into multi-billion-dollar investments, that creative spark got buried under layers of corporate oversight.
See, now he doesn't sound clueless when he comes to corporatocracy. He actually doesn't sound clueless anymore. He sounded clueless to me as a gamer. Like he's not even really that much of a gamer. Like it's like maybe like it's a hobby for him. But I think, or not a hobby, but like an obsession for him that actually in reality is just a hobby. But like, yeah, but he is actually very, very wise when this streamer Legendary drops. He's very wise when it comes to corporatocracy. He is good at that.
Made them successful in the first place because they aren't just playing with their own money anymore.
No,
investors.
Yeah, and a lot of streamers don't know this. Like that's the sort of wisdom that I only expect out of Akira or something like that. But there's this whole thing that I think the video game players, they think that the company wants them to be happy and that the company wants to sell them a product. But the company doesn't give a shit about the customer. The company only cares about their shareholders. Fortnite doesn't give Epic does not give a living shit how happy you are with the skins beyond how well they sell. They only care about their shareholders. They like their customers and they love them and they want to cater to them and they do want to be there and they care what their opinion is and they ask how you think about a gun all the time, right? And they do care about the opinion of their people. But do they make their decisions based around the customer? No, they make their decisions based around pleasing the shareholder. The shareholder doesn't know shit about video games at all. I mean, maybe they do. Maybe they're a video game player like maybe Elon Musk and maybe they've invested and maybe they actually know something about Diablo 4. Maybe I'm wrong. But no, I would like to believe that people investing in video game companies probably actually do play video games. So maybe I'm wrong, hopefully, you know. But no, I'm guessing most of these are old dinosaur fogies who have a lot of money, who just are looking for their venture capital. And so they don't care what we think and never have. They only care about what old fogey dinosaur with $1 billion thinks because that's their boss. They don't give a living shit what we think about Witcher 3.
The safest
I mean, they do. They internalize and they take it personal and their feelings are hurt when they get bad reviews and stuff. But they don't care about the money bottom line. They only care about pleasing the shareholder. And you would too.
Predictable one.
If you were them. Because if the shareholder cuts off the money, you lose your job. So, you know. It behooves you to care about your customer being happy. It behooves you more to care about the shareholder being happy.
What's already been done. I talked about this in my Path of Exile 2 review, but the game actually felt like a true, genuine evolution of the ARPG genre. The slower, more methodical combat, the intricate boss mechanics, build crafting, power scaling, slowly reaching that PoE.
Nope, Diablo 2. Nope, it's just Diablo 2. Nope. Wrong. Path of Exile 2 is just Diablo 2 with a nicer skin, better engine, wiser devs, more knowledgeable. Diablo 2, there is no reason to think that there is any difference between Diablo 2 and Path of Exile except for graphics and UI. That's it.
Returns in the
Sure, Diablo 2 is really good. #1 game of all time or whatever the fuck. At least according to user score. Why is this changing over and over again? See, now it's like saying a bunch of weird shit. Why did this change a bunch? Well, where did Diablo 2 go? I thought this was like a user score thing for like all time. No? Xenogears? I don't know. See, they're conflicted. Why is this 84 in number 1? Oh well. Suikoden 2, huh? I mean, yeah, that's the one that I played.
Safest return is a predictable one, rehashing what's already been done. I talked about this in my Path of Exile 2 review, but the game actually felt like a true, genuine evolution of the ARPG genre. The slower, more methodical combat, the intricate boss mechanics, the build crafting, the power scaling, slowly reaching that PoE 1-like map.
You mean Diablo 2 like ARPG that we've had for 30 years? Yeah, it's yeah, it rivals it. Yeah. It is Diablo 2. Path of Exile 2 is Diablo 2 with a chart. That's it. No difference. No difference. Maybe I should buy Diablo 2 Remastered. Do you sell that on Steam? No, I can't. No, I can't. It'll be. Well, I guess I can. I can buy it on my Blizzard account. Yeah, I don't want to play Diablo. I hate ARPGs.
Clearing, it all felt like a natural step forward. It wasn't afraid to be complex, to challenge the player.
Nope, it's Diablo 2 with a chart. It's Diablo 2 with a chart. Sure, it's sped up and it's got more knowledge and you know, a little bit better design, but nope. Diablo 2 with a chart.
To demand more from them. Heck, instead of dumbing
What's
down,
wrong with that? Diablo 2 needed a chart. Nothing. Nope. Path of Exile is a wonderful series of games. I played one a lot, and but I just don't like ARPGs anymore.
Any of the systems in their game, they just provide.
I'm not getting killed from off screen anymore. I'm just not doing that. I'm just not screaming at some developer on purpose for no reason. I'm not doing that. You have Whole Parts and Claytronics. Okay. I'm in a React mood, I guess. I didn't know.
Clearer instructions, more explanations. They even put in videos on how the game works inside the game. Grinding Gear Games took risks and it paid off because they still had the freedom to experiment. They gave themselves that freedom. Then you go and look at Diablo 4, a franchise as old as Diablo, made by a company as massive as Blizzard. They should have been able to do the same thing. Hell, it should have been even more than that, and yet they didn't. They played it safe. They streamlined mechanics, flattened the skill ceiling, and prioritized accessibility over depth. Not because the developers lacked talent, but because Blizzard couldn't afford to alienate a single segment of their audience. They had too much on the line. They have shareholders to appease. Now they have Microsoft to appease. They weren't just making a game. They were managing an investment. This is one of the fundamental problems with the industry today. This is one of the reasons why players are feeling like they're not getting enough out of the games that they're buying. When a game reaches a certain scale, when a company grows too big, it becomes risk-averse by nature. The same studios that built their success on innovation and creativity are now paralyzed by their own size. The bigger they get, the less freedom they have to create anything new. They have to keep their games marketable, predictable, and most of all, safe. And the customer is left with a competent yet uninspired product, a game that functions and entertains some of the time, but otherwise doesn't fulfill that vision of what could have been. And the longer that these franchises go on, well, the more that hunger
is he ad-libbing?
grows within the player base, the more that nagging feeling that we aren't getting what we deserve, that these games aren't getting what they deserve. Because we had a vision for what these games would be. We played them when we grew up, or whatever it might have been, whenever it might have been. And we had a vision for what it would look like in the future. And we thought that they would push boundaries and they would innovate and they would change things, but that just didn't happen because these games, these companies, are trapped essentially by their own success. I think that's one of the reasons why we see so much unrest in today's gaming audience. It's because the players don't feel like they're getting what they deserve. Because these games are going.
Thank you, Legendary Drops. I've liked and sub to your channel. I really like the work. I'm overly critiquing him because I see a peer my age, maybe 5-10 years younger. Actually, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, he's looking maybe 10 years younger. He's probably about 35, I'd say. But he's not my age. But he's about a generation younger. But I see somebody a little bit older who does see the forest for the trees, and I am impressed by him, but I think the images that he delivers are sort of...
But we're just getting more of the same. I think that's one of the reasons why I have a lot of respect for...
Poser. Seems like a poser. This guy's wearing a Slayer shirt. I don't see Slayer on him. I see a nerd who worked at a bank, maybe. I see a poser. You ever pounded too many beers and then route in the fucking trash can in the back of a fucking like fucking Rager, Terrain of Blood, and then like pumped it in your fucking car on the way home, and then gone to the Slayer concert the next day? No.
The Zelda series, or for Final Fantasy for that matter, where at least they do try to innovate. They try to do something different. Final Fantasy 16, love it or hate it, is a completely different game than any other Final Fantasy game that's out there.
If I'm going to put a band on my shirt, it's because I fucking love them and I know every word they ever wrote, every note they ever wrote, every beat, you know, they ever drummed, and I know everything they ever did. I've read books about them and stuff like that. I think this guy wants the world to think that he likes Slayer.
Personally, I love it. I think the Bahamut fight is one of the most peak moments in video games ever. It's so good. It's insanely good. But that's why I have a lot of respect, and I think it's great when I see talent start to leave some of these companies, when I see the ex-Witcher 3 director want to move on because he wants to do something new, he wants to innovate.
Good, get out.
Create.
Yep.
And I think in a lot of cases,
good riddance.
With the situation a lot of these companies are in right now,
fuck CDPR, fuck Cyberpunk,
just don't have anywhere else to go. You have to recognize when they actually get to their peak, maybe we don't need another Witcher.
We don't. Please don't make. Please don't make another Witcher. It's gonna be Dawnvale or whatever. Let's go see what Dawnvale's doing. Or whatever it is. Is it Dawnvale? Dawnfall. What is it? It's Dragon Age. Dragon Age Metacritic. The Veilguard. Sorry, Veilguard. How do you go from a 3.9 to a fucking 82? So why destroy the Dragon Age name with this stuff? When you could just call it something else?
Like that. You have to move on and go do something new, and I think that's exactly what he's doing. But investor interest, legacy IP, lack of creative freedom, these aren't the only things that he's leaving that company for. No. There's something else. There's a bigger issue that's out there in the industry, one that I think has caused a lot of games to fail, and I think it's going to cause a lot more games to fail. And the Witcher 3 director didn't leave just for creative reasons. He left to get away from the people. Conrad didn't just leave CD Projekt Red to make Blood of the Dawnwalker. He left because the company was too big to work with and the people were too much to deal with. In the interview, Conrad continues with, "We have a studio where we work with the people and among them, not like at a bigger studio where it's harder. I felt that a smaller team is capable of doing more because the communication is inside the team and it's easier to speak about the vision. It's easier to feel the creative fire and to do something special." Now, that's how he framed it in the PC Gamer interview. However, I feel like that's a bit of a revision because I remember that this isn't the first time that we heard about Conrad leaving CD Projekt Red, because he didn't leave because of creative freedom or team size. He left because of bullying allegations. See, because back in 2021, there was a report that an internal investigation had cleared him of any wrongdoing. He was accused of bullying other employees, and yet he still ended up resigning, saying that he felt immense sadness over the situation and how it unfolded and the stress and anxiety that he may have caused his coworkers. And I think that's the real story here, not just why he left, but why so many industry veterans are leaving some of these massive studios. It's a complete cultural shift on how games are made. Game development has always been messy. It's been full of friction. Great ideas do not come from agreeing with one another. They come from arguing, debating, pushing back. But over the last decade, the industry has become terrified of conflict. Toxic positivity, fear of confrontation, and the death of accountability. Timothy Kane, one of the original minds behind Fallout, has seen this firsthand. He talked about it in a YouTube video last year, describing how the very foundation of how developers work together has completely changed. He told a story about this time where he was working at Carbine Studios, where he had tried to implement something as simple as whiteboard listing the top 10 most urgent tasks. Back in the Fallout days, this worked perfectly. People would check the board, see what needed to be done, and get to work. Fast forward 10 years, and the same system is completely unacceptable. Developers told him that if their names appeared on that board, they would quit on the spot. Even if their names weren't included, they still refused, because people would figure out who was responsible. Think about how insane that is. The idea that public accountability was so offensive to these people that they would rather leave the company than have their work attached to their name. This is the industry that Conrad left, an industry where calling out a problem is treated as a problem itself. Kane also talked about arguing in game development, the kind of back and forth, high energy debates that shape great games. He and another creative would scream at each other over design choices, jumping up to scribble things on whiteboards, pacing back and forth, fighting over the best solutions, not because they were angry, but because they cared, because they wanted to challenge one another. And guess what? People in the office couldn't handle it. They were told to stop. People were too uncomfortable. This is the industry now, too fragile to handle conflict, too afraid to push each other to do better. And when you strip away conflict, when you strip away accountability, what's left? Safe, predictable, uninspired games. There's a reason why so many of today's biggest releases feel hollow, like they were designed by a committee rather than creatives, because they were. Ideas aren't being fought for anymore. People aren't being challenged. The people that are making games don't have to prove their ideas in an environment where others can push back and make them better. And instead, once they're exposed to oxygen, once they're exposed to the consumer, we are the ones that are pushing back on those games and those ideas, and that's why those games are failing. But I don't want to pretend like this is just a cultural thing. It's a two-headed dragon. One head is fragility, and the other is the sheer size of these companies and how difficult it is for these developers to get anything done, for decisions to be made, or to keep the creative vision alive. I think that both are true for Conrad and Rebel Wolves. It's part culture, and the other is that, well, yeah, a smaller team can get more done. And that's the thing. That's the reason why I don't see industry layoffs or developers striking out on their own as a bad thing. It's good for them. It's good for us. And it's ultimately good for some of these larger companies. The gaming industry needs to downsize. These companies are too big, too bloated, too slow to adapt. They are overmanaged and under-inspired, running on outdated models that worked in the past but are now crumbling under their own weight. Game developers are going to hate to hear me say this, but let's be real for a second. What does a company like Ubisoft need 20,000 employees for? What does CD Projekt Red use 1,000 plus developers for? Why does EA need 5,000 employees?
I wouldn't need that. Not to make a video game, no.
They aren't making games, they're manufacturing.
I probably do it with about 10
Every
people.
role is
10
so
people is good enough.
So compartmentalized that the creative vision gets lost in the noise. There's just too many employees. Art teams are making assets for mechanics that aren't even finished.
It's because we're overpopulated. We need jobs.
Still need to get reworked. Animators are creating cutscenes for characters whose designs are still in flux.
Yeah, like what?
And all of this is going through layers upon layers of approval, bouncing between managers, producers, directors, executives, and shareholders, until whatever passion was there in the beginning is completely gone.
Yep.
This is why so many AAA games feel so empty, because they're not made, they're assembled, they are pieced together in a factory, polished just enough to be marketable, and then shoved out the door. And it's only going to get worse as these companies throw more bodies at their problems. Meanwhile, the most exciting, most creative, most successful games in the industry right now, well, they're made from smaller companies. FromSoft, less than 300 people delivering masterpieces like Elden Ring and Armored Core 6. Game Science, less than 200 people worked on Black Myth Wukong. Larian Studios, less than 500 people creating one of the greatest RPGs ever made in Baldur's Gate 3. Hello Games, less than 100 people building and maintaining an entire universe in No Man's Sky, and also still working on Light No Fire. How does that even happen? I mean, Minecraft was only created by a handful of developers and it became one of the best-selling games of all time. Terraria was made by 11 people and it sold 44 million copies. Countless indie games made by teams of under 10 people breaking through, selling millions, because they are made with passion and vision, not corporate mandates. And none of this is a coincidence. Smaller teams are more agile, they're more creative, they're more in sync with one another. It's so much easier to be able to communicate. They don't have to deal with bureaucracy, corporate oversight, or marketing-driven decision-making. They can just make games how they were meant to be made, with heart, with identity, with purpose. So when I see these massive companies laying off thousands of people, when I see these bloated studios struggling to survive, when I see experienced leadership leave, I don't see that as the industry collapsing. I see that as the industry correcting itself. These companies grew too big, too fast, too inefficient. They lost touch with what made them great in the first place. They need to downsize. They need to split apart. They need to stop pumping out soulless, committee-driven products and let developers make real games again. Because when you strip away all of the corporate nonsense, when you break down these teams into the people that actually care about making games, that's when you get something authentic. You know, when I made my video where I was talking about how they wanted to raise the price of games to $100, one of the excuses they gave was how expensive it was to make games today, and also how developer wages have increased over the years. And the funny thing is, you know, sitting back and thinking about it, the reason why they're spending so much money on these games is likely because of inefficiency. I worked in construction. I'll tell you right now.
Well, see, he worked in construction. I would have pegged him for a banker. But no, construction makes sense. So yeah, maybe he does know about Slayer then. Maybe he does know about Slayer. I'll retract it. Maybe he does. He struck me as a upper middle class banker type. That's the image. That's the dialect. That's the talk. But no, if he grew up construction, then never mind. Maybe he does know Slayer.
The vast majority of money.
Maybe I do like this guy. He's actually got like taste. It's rare, fucking rare.
Is wasted on a project.
I mean, I don't know. It's hard to like Slayer, but I mean, I like Slayer. I've always really liked Slayer.
Size or any scope, oftentimes is bad communication and wasted time. And I guarantee that's what these companies are suffering from, because you have people that are working on the wrong thing at the wrong time or spending money on the wrong thing. If you're a smaller company, that doesn't happen as much. And that's probably one of their biggest weaknesses they have. And beyond that, you know, they want to talk about how they want to increase wages for developers, because if we raise the price, we'll be able to pay the developers more, even though obviously we know that their CEOs are taking way more than that to begin with. But beyond that, the funny thing is if you have a smaller studio and you're able to stay efficient, you're able to make really good games and stay successful, well, then you're able to spend more money on your developers in the first place. You're able to pay them more money. I think Valve is a really good example of that. Obviously, they have a lot of different things that make them money with Steam, but with that said, if you think about it, when you have less employees, but you're still making really good games and you're still maintaining really good games, well, then you could pay your employees wherever the hell you want. You're not supposed to be up there. Yeah, whatever. But I feel like in a lot of cases, when it comes to some of these companies, they just want to grow for the sake of growth. There's really nothing else behind it. They just keep throwing bodies at problems and thinking they're going to be able to make games faster, make bigger games.
It's warm.
Like that. But I don't think that's necessarily what the players
free
want
warmth.
either. So there's a lot of different issues that are at play, but I really do think it comes down to just how big these companies are, and they have to downsize. They got to dial it back a little bit. Otherwise, it's just going to get out of control. And I'm predicting that Blood of the Dawnwalker is going to be a hit. I'd almost guarantee it, because you have a lot of staff that's there that are veterans of one of the greatest RPGs ever made, that have no limiting factors on how creative they can be. There, you don't have to worry about offending anybody in the office. They're all friends. Conrad said so in his interview. I just want to make a good friend, or make a good game with my friends, is what he had said in his interview. There's no restrictions there. It's an intimate environment. They're all together. They can easily communicate with one another and actually work in the trenches. You know, I think, you know, when I look at some of these bigger studios, a lot of the leadership doesn't even really work on the things that they used to anymore. You have executives at these companies that used to be developers. Maybe they used to be an artist or a level designer, but now they're not actually doing any of that work anymore. And I think you can get so much more work done and better work done when you're right there with the employees doing the work with them. And to be honest with you, I guarantee a lot of you guys are going to click with this. How many times has it felt so much better doing the work you're doing? How much more motivated you were when your boss came to work with you, doing the work that you do? That goes a long way. Anyway, I think this is really cool. I think this game's going to turn out really well. I really like the trailer. I love the premise of the game. And I really like his motivation behind leaving. Obviously, I'm adding some of my own reasoning to it, but I would almost guarantee that's probably going to be the case. I mean, anytime you're working in an environment where you have to be afraid of what you can and can't say to people, because I can easily picture, especially at a studio the size of CD Projekt Red, especially with some of the beliefs that they have over there as well, I can totally see people getting offended, people being ashamed that they didn't get their work done, and when a boss said, hey, you didn't get your work done, they feel like a victim. That's been a growing problem. Luckily, it seems like one that's going to get fixed. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Follow me on Twitch.
EA is falling apart before our very eyes. They're cooked. The government is scared of DeepSeek. Britain's evil war on benefit scroungers. Ah, oh, Jimmy the Giant. I really like Jimmy the Giant. I've been watching him daily. Yeah, Jimmy the Giant is fucking badass. You know what I'm saying? Wait. Go back.
Investors demand safe returns, and the safest return is...
Stop. Ryan Beard. Ooh, bow turrets and bees. We're going to move that one up there. Bees and Rust. Ooh, bees and Rust. That's going to be amazing. It's far worse than we thought. I talked to Ubisoft devs. It's far worse than we thought. Oh, God. Absolutely wild. Warframe is a wake-up call. How gamers ruined 2024. What's this thing about Warframe? Let's go see what he means by this. Why Pakistan and Afghanistan will go to war. I don't want to do the history of everything. Pakistan and Afghanistan are going to fight. That sucks. Real life lore with the real reason Trump is threatening to seize Greenland. Asmongold's most anticipated games of 2025. That's enough content for the entire night. And then for some reason, I think Bernie's doing a daily now. Trump is turning things upside down. Matt Walsh is racist. The real impact of DI in gaming. It's now confirmed Dragon Age is dead and EA lost billions. Let's listen to that. You know, I stopped doing Legacy Killer because he's so negative. But I mean, this is along the lines of the stuff I was going to look at tonight. Dragon Age. I was going to look at Dragon Age tonight. I don't know why, but I am. I'm going to look at Dragon Age tonight. I'm going to check all the stream stuff. Yep. Bring. Yep. 92. Good. Fourth one's done. We're getting yesterday's uploaded. Should end today.
with players.
No. And then we're going to bump Rust up all the way to the top because it's the one that I care about the most. Yeah, there we go. I love Shadowfax. I religiously watch everything that Shadowfax does, like pretty much the day he launches it. He's definitely probably, I guess, like per capita, probably my favorite streamer now. Because Kira only works every couple of days or something like that, or weeks, or months. But Shadowfax is like clockwork, about 2 or 3 times a month, and I do like Shadowfax a lot. Now, you don't seem to be moving this up the list. I don't really understand that. Yes, move it up the list, damn it. Go. Go back.
Greetings, no. Survivors and friends. Shadowfax here with a quick update as we are so close now to Primitive. We can lick it. The big day being on February the 6th. And with
yes, Primitive's coming! Yes!
Survivors and friends, Shadowfax here with a quick update as we are so
yes, I'm so looking forward to this. I can't wait for this. They finally got rid of the shitheads. Fuck you and your aimbot. What are you going to do without you? Wait, what are you going to have to do? What are you going to do when you actually have to fight me? It's going to be insane. Like, you know I'm better than you with bows.
The 6th, and with everything.
What are you going to do when you have to actually fight me?
As always being subject to change.
I'm going to set up my base with like 50 turrets like that.
Are making some last minute ones.
Yes, ballistas.
All the latest long distance.
Yep.
Including tigers, pies, and bees.
Bees!
You should know by now.
Tigers and pies and bees. Yes, feature creep.
Primitive game mode coming next week.
I want to get a good drink because I'm going to watch the whole video. It's only 4 minutes long. I'll be right back, guys. I got to piss and get a drink. I'll be right back. Yes, bees and Rust. What shall I drink? I think I'll have orange juice, leche. Yeah. Orange juice, leche with crayon. Yeah. Do mix of crayon and pink lemonade. It's gonna be weird, but it's gonna be great. It's gonna be zoppity. Look at this mofo. Doesn't that look good? Big old pink drink. Yum. I'll be right back. Oh, my back. Oh, my back.
will introduce a bunch of new mechanics for servers running it, including 4 new siege weapons, shields, a 4-shot mini crossbow, and a load of medieval skins. And I wonder if this mode has a bit of an identity crisis going on, because I'd say primitive and medieval are technically 2 different things.
Yeah, because prim is like revolvers and...
There will be a bit of a mishmash of technologies available, with the exact list still being determined. As mentioned previously, a few things definitely...
Medieval. I always struggle with medieval for some reason. won't be in the mode, including the removal of a number of monuments and the underground rail network, plus a limited tech tree, and there are some interesting changes this week you should know about. So first of all, in a bit of a U-turn, the nail gun, pistol ammo, revolver, and water pipe are actually being removed from... Good! Yay!
Now, and in a massive...
They made it good! They're gonna do it right! They're gonna do it right!
Bit of news, auto turrets, or bow turrets, will now be allowed to use all kinds of bows, including, of course, the new 4-shot mini, which has had its reload time reduced and velocity increased since I last showed you. And turrets will still require electricity, which will still be generatable. Yes, good old medieval electricity. You'll be able to load these with all the normal bow ammo, of course, and they are rather effective, with this being about the maximum range, it seems, at the moment. There will be a lower percentage of sulfur nodes spawning on a map.
Yeah, we can put really cruel things in there, but no shotguns or pistols. That implies factories. There is none. There's no factories. You can, I mean, an Ayoka would be, I guess, acceptable if you made the sulfur this thing that was in the tier 3 chart, because where the fuck is somebody going to get gunpowder when they don't even know what gunpowder is? So you put gunpowder at the end of the T3 chart so they can finally make an Ayoka. That would be acceptable. No water pipes, no revolvers, no guns, no gunpowder, no bullets, no casings, nothing. We did not have that tech till like 19 or whatever it was, like 18 fucking something. And like, I'm sorry, just no.
Too, with 50% of them spawning in primitive compared to...
I'm going hard on Medieval Rust. I was really scared that they were going to ruin it with revolvers and water pipes. I was like, nope, it's got to be crossbows. Crossbows. Oh my god, crossbow fights get so scary. They get so scary. The man with a compound bow is king. I wonder if the compound bow is even in Medieval Rust.
With vanilla. You can test this all now on staging before it gets released to get a taster, and as a side note, siege weapons and all the other stuff, including bow turrets, will also be available on vanilla when it lands. They won't be exclusive, just primitive. As I say, we have just under a week to go till primitive goes fully live, and I'll be able to give you all the final details then. In other news, there will be 2 other big updates that we know of coming at some point soon, with many commits being made on them. First of all, Cooking 2.0, which personally I'm gagging at the pie crust to see, and this will include a ton of new stuff. There will be a new cooking workbench, at which you'll be able to craft some seriously delicious recipes, including chicken and apple pies.
Chicken and apple pie!
So far, and I'm really hoping they tilt fully into making this a pie-based system, because as we all know, it is the most powerful food range of all. There'll be a bunch of new ingredients to stock up our fridges with, of course, and according to the commits, we'll be able to catch and keep chickens in a coop and harvest their eggs.
Chickens!
Mentioned in the last video.
I'm going medieval, guys. Fuck Rust, fuck guns, and fuck all the toxic large clan assholes. Fuck them.
To literally thump eggs out of them.
I'll build a village in a real and verifiable way. Who wants to build a village? No, it isn't. We need some kind of base defense for offlines. Bees. Yeah, I mean, there will be door camping assholes, but I mean, like, who cares? You just go out there with a knife, you start slashing at them. Who cares? You can go out over and over and over again through the airlock, just slash, 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 slash. Sooner or later, they're gonna run out of meds. The only thing that really makes door camping very good is ejecting bullets. Essentially, even melee is not that good. It's not that good. Most of the time, you're just gonna die because the person at home has the advantage. If they use the airlock correctly, they can just fucking keep chunking you for at least a hit most times. Each time they die. And so eventually you're gonna have to leave. I mean, I guess you could just bandage for a long time, but I mean, I doubt cloth is that easy to get. Is there a recycler?
This week the commits are jammed with mention of keeping bees, with the system seemingly
Bees.
nests in the wild, which you'll be able to harvest honeycomb from, and then use
Honeycomb.
to stock up your own deployable
Cooking and stuff. It's gonna be, oh my god, I think Rust is going to morph into Mortal 3, and I think it's gonna be so much better. I mean, Rust already is Mortal 3. I mean, it is if you want it to be. Oh, I'm gonna go back to Rust. I didn't think they were gonna fix the game, but they might have fixed the game. I'll live in a village. I'll be like, no, I don't want to talk to you on Discord, but yes, I will defend and fight raids and all this stuff, and I just want to live and farm, and I'll run a team, and I'll use them to protect me from harassment. I'll be like, all you have to do is kill any door campers. That's it. I'll do all the farming and all the building. All you have to do is just fucking like sit here and kill people. That's it. We'll build a village. Didn't we update last night? I updated Windows last night. Okay. Let's do a little bit of effects, like one, I guess. Yeah. It's very faint.
all beehives. There will also be angry bee swarms. And
yes.
in conjunction with the chickens, we can have some
angry bee swarms.
Of base defense. I'm also hoping the team don't miss the opportunity to bring out a beekeeper hazmat skin. What do you think? There's also
I could see doing big old log posts with a honeycomb on it, and just do those on each side of a door entry. So as you walk through, it's like this fucking this this colony of bees that recognizes the owner's scent but not yours, so they just sting you.
Mention this week of wheat and the ability to bake loaves of bread. There will be new
I love bees. Bees are so cool.
Cooling and warming teas, and a single plant pot,
bees,
presumably for growing single plants in confined spaces. And that, as I remember, was a Hack Week project a little while ago. Also, don't forget, as part of the cooking update, we'll be getting a much-needed triangle planter too. The other big update, probably further afield with no ETA stated yet, is the jungle biome, which will bring a lot of
bow turrets. Why not? Use what you have and turn it into something beautiful. Yep, and we'll just set up fucking 15 bow turrets, and the whole point of the wipe is to earn the scrap to reach turrets, and set them up all over my house.
Including jungle ruins, vines to swing from, and new animals.
Vines to swing from, wow. I mean, in Rust? I don't know, but okay.
A lot of work being spent on the crocodile and tiger.
Oh, I was going to look
For
at
instance,
Black Mage
the croc will
Scrolls.
spawn in swamps, riversides and lakesides, and will prefer being in the water if at all possible.
Crocodiles.
The tiger will be able to climb trees to
Tigers.
and by the looks of things, will have a lot of unique behaviours along the same line of complexity as wolves. And I'm not sure how they'll behave toward fire yet, but it may well be a bit different. We shall have to wait and see. Oh yes, and in the commits this week there's mention of an item ownership system which will give info on who made a crafted item or how it was acquired, plus several hot facts by hovering over it. Right, that's the main news until next week, so do stay tuned and leave a like, comment and sub to the channel if you'd be so very kind. You can stay up to date with me in all the usual places, including my Steam group, and support me here with Patreon, YouTube membership and super thanks. All the links are below. I shall catch you all soon. In the meantime, keep calm and stay rusty. Cheerio.
Yay, bees.
Yes. Good old medieval electricity.
Good old medieval electricity. Yeah.
This video is
Yeah,
brought to you by
why turret?
Squarespace.
Yeah, like why turrets that require electricity? Couldn't you just do traps? They should have added a lasso. I have 4 million. I'm gonna buy ships. More ships. Medium, mineral, high presets. I want to buy 2 of them. Add to shopping list. 2 of them. Confirm order. I have quite the mining fleet now. Look, they're like all these little greens. Eventually there'll be like 50 of them. Did I buy water 4? What happened here? Did I buy water 4? No. Okay, so... Water 4 is 115. 120. Good, there's the scroll that I didn't have. Water 4 is good. That's a good spell. Really strong. Really good. Okay, so we un-anon and we're flagging up for a Black Mage party this evening. I'm excited to play Black Mage. Yay! I even have a Water 4 scroll. Water 4, bitch. Water 4. I will go sub Red Mage just so I don't have to worry about it, and I'll just go to where I imagine I'll probably camp. Or close to it anyways. Damn it, enter. I'm getting to this place right now where I can start buying 2 mining ships at a time. When it gets up to like 5, I'll start buying like military ships and patrolling the system with like 50 military ships and stuff, so that if anybody ever fucks up, or sorry, if anybody ever comes in and fucks us over, like tries to take my ice mining system, I guess I can just warp. It's faster, huh? If anybody ever shows up in my ice mining system, which is this one, oh, it's auto-saving at the moment. You know, Bard can use Octave Club, which would make like Bard is such a good melee character actually, cause you can do like Peon 5 and fucking Madrigal. Or I'm sorry, no, it's Peon 5 and Haste or whatever, and like, oh my god, like Bard with an Octave Club might actually be really fucking strong. It has this regen that's hard to get through even for a caster. I guess I'm just going to continue to craft here for the time being. Like a little bit further away, maybe. Yeah, like by this table. This table looks cool. Look at the crowd go in and out of the auction house while I craft. Okay, I'm going to go on down. Oh, yeah, I was doing improvements to the house. Let's see. Mimetics-wise, I have 5 left, and I was going to do windows. That is stone doors and windows. Oh, no, can't do it. Can't do it. I don't have enough thingies. So I guess I'll work the... Or I'll sell these bronze ingots is what I'll do. So, lots of bronze ingots. Yeah. Okay, so I will go to Deadsville. It's still a little bit loud. It's like it's more louder than I want. I want the voice at 10, the UI at 10, and the effects at 10. And then I want this at 50. There it is. It's like barely subtle where you can barely hear it. But I can hear, yeah, I can hear a voice that's like, so cool. I love this fucking game. It's getting better by the day. This is gonna end up being like definitely like a top 5 game for me of all time. It's getting better by the day. Like, it takes hundreds of hours to get in, but if you have that kind of patience, this game's so good. Look, there's like a fucking like a little thing in the space right there for some reason. Little things. I thought I told them to buy satellites, which I guess I will do while I'm here at this. Or no, I guess this is the shipyard. Yeah, can I do upgrades to this ship while I'm at the shipyard? Cool, we're like landing at this fucking station. I feel like I'm on a plane and I have like a pilot and they're flying me into a space station. It's such a cool RP. Fucking love it. Speaking of space, I suppose I should worry about Eve. Yep, I just did another 60 hypernets or something and I'm about to make another 80 or something here because all my ships came back. Oh my god. It just keeps stacking up. Now I have like a billion of ships that I could just sell and it wouldn't really affect anything. It's kind of funny. But I would rather get 2 billion, honestly, doing the hypernet. Why not? You know? I think my internet connection is weak. My MS seems okay. Yeah, see, your shit's kind of weak right now. Maybe it's killer. Let's see. Are you throttling me? Yeah, see, you are. You're like throttled. Maybe it's the connection to the VPN I made. I don't know. No. No. What? No. No. Nope. A little bit better now. Yeah, I think it was. I think my killer thing was chokeholding me. Cool. What's down there? Look, that's my wing ships. Eventually, there'll be like 50 of them flying around me. It's gonna be so cool. And I'm gonna look through. I'm gonna look up. I'm gonna have like a whole squadron of 50 ships flying around with me and shit. And nobody will fuck with me ever. This is my first real ship. I don't think I'm gonna leave this ship for a time until I get a better ship. Really. I have to do military stuff if I want to do that. If I'm going to do that, I'm just going to bring this ship around with 50 escorts, and if anybody attacks me, they'll just die to my 50 ships. And I'll just stand on the bow of this ship, and I'll pause, and my 50 drone ships will just attack you if you mess with me at all. Okay, so now I should have 2 more of these things. Yeah, we have a mineral. I want you to local auto mine ice in second contact 2 flashpoint confirm. Good. And then the other one in Argon Prime. Oh, I think they're taking some time to produce it, but the first one was ready. Cool, and I can watch this one leave if I want. I can go like watch what he does. I put this guy on mining, so now he's like he's working out the AI to go to the next system, and now he's turning. So cool. Edit they added a edit camera position, which is so dope. Yeah, I just want to yeah, I want to keep this open. Cool. Yeah, the height and stuff. Oh, cool. You can get in really close. I like that a lot. Yeah, like how okay. Cool. You can like see the gun, or I don't know. I guess you can see the like the lasers fire. So this guy's going south to second contact 2 flashpoint to mine ice, and I'm just watching like I gave him orders, and now I'm just watching him and shit. This is the greatest sim ever made. It absolutely is. It has so much shit going on. Fuck was that? Oh, it's a mineral miner magnetite. Yeah, I've noticed there's like more miners now in this like place. There's like competition at the ice field, I think now. And now, like I've noticed, there's other miner ships and stuff in here. Like this guy, there's a mineral miner here. This guy from Terra, whatever Terra is. We're at the ARC weapon components factory running weapon components and stuff. Here's my other mineral ship just got made. So let's go take a look at the behavior. Oh no, it's the hull's been made, but it hasn't been populated and set up yet. Yeah, when I get to the Argon Wharf, I'm gonna try and get satellites in this ship. I swear to God, I didn't upgrade one time, but it's all good. This is this is the wharf. Wait, I want to take the ship for a second. I don't know. I like the voices, actually. Let's turn it up a little bit. We'll put the voices in the UI at 50, and the effects need to stay at 10. Yeah. So while I'm here... Oh, I can't... Okay, I guess... Oh, this is the weapon component factory. Oops. So then get up. And go on about your business. X4 Foundation is so fucking good. Proceed. Take us out of here, number 2. You can like attack those ships. There's so much going on in the fucking game. I don't know why you would, but you could. I guess if you wanted to pressure a neighborhood or something. Wow, I have a lot of bronze ingots. Alright, while those cook, I guess I'll go sell. Or, well, no, I want to dump. You just deposit all, merge. I want to take all of the bronze ingots out and sell them. Steel ingots too, because I can just make more. It doesn't matter. Center brick too, because I can just make more. Yeah. We'll go sell this so I can afford to upgrade. I don't have the next town, which is kind of close to me, honestly. The Tall Grass Inn. Let's get to the Tall Grass Inn, I guess. We'll go to the Tall Grass Inn, and we'll sell there. Yeah, it doesn't seem bad. Oh, I'm cursed, and it's 4:05. Let's sleep off the curse real quick. It probably won't take too long. Vexor Navy issue. BNIs, Domovic, 4 of them. I wish I could multi-post. I'm not going to have enough money to bet on my own stuff.
Confirmed. Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
I wish...
Affirmative.
Cool. But it's too loud. Maybe I should cut the master to 25 too, huh? Yep. There it is. That's the low level that I want. I don't want it being intrusive. Oops. Oh, yeah, that's enough. I don't care for what I'm doing. Oh, I need to check my channel. Yeah, that's good. So... Okay, so we going out now. I'm going to go out to the Tallgrass Inn. I don't think I've ever been there before. Yes, so we're going that direction. Oops. Yeah, about 1 kilometer that way. Okay, we'll do yeah, bike ride along the river, I guess. So yeah, I'm doing that path right there. There's like a little windy path. I'm gonna do that trajectory. I'll land on that building. Is it T? Is T my auto run? Or no, is X? Yeah, I think it's X, is it? Oh, I don't know. I love this game. I love this game. You know, I got a drone thing. I wonder, can I pull that thing out? I don't know. Oh, there's a chest. Why did we stop? Oh, because I'm out. Oh, I passed it? Oops, I passed it. Ooh. I went the wrong way. Or no, I went to the spider bus instead of... 5,940. Nice, not bad. First we get these nice activators. Roasted pumpkin, masala, fruity, onion seeds, American floor lamp. I'm back down to 9,000 again. Sintered brick is not worth as much. Carpet, nice. Vintage pattern fabric. Okay, well, this gives me a reason to farm for a little while. I see a little bit of a farming meta here for a little bit, or I'll say like a bit of a thing, like a barrier, because I need those items, so let's go farm. But it is nighttime. Oh, am I out of things again already? No, I have 4,000. That will allow me to do the mimetic stuff that I want to do. Mainly, what was it? I think it was... yeah, illuminating this might be good, but... I am seeking, I think... Oh, securement unit expansion would be good. Trade with other metahumans using a meta machine. Oh, I didn't buy the wish machine. I need that. Yeah, definitely. Water storage, but no, I need other stuff more important than that. I just don't know what it is. That's the next one I really want, and rocket launchers too. Oh no, I want stone windows. I remember now. Was it building? Yeah, building. I want stone windows, which is this one. Oh no, I guess I have to buy. Oh, I wanted to buy that one, but I don't have the points anymore. Damn it. Oh, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Okay. I'm gonna save. Oops. I think I broke my goddamn jackhammer, which is so bad. I don't know why I didn't repair it. Now I might be constrained to a different tool. Ah, fuck. I'm back up to 1,000,000 again.
Hello, guys and gals. Me.
Oops, wait, no, I already have this one queued up, huh? Oops, there we go.
Bruv, from the 90s onwards, there was this endless barrage of TV shows, films, newspaper articles, obsessed with what was being dubbed the benefit scrounger.
Don't come that business with me that they want to work, they want to work. Why would they want to work then? The rents are paid. They're either carrying a walking stick or on a mobility scooter and they've got nothing wrong with them.
But where did this obsession come from? And more importantly, how real is this stereotype?
I think we need to acknowledge that our benefit system has become for many a career choice, and that frightens me.
Now look, poor people didn't just randomly appear when Jeremy Cole decided to slag them off on primetime television. The poor have been a constant throughout history. You can go all the way back, right? The Mesopotamians. Them boys had laws designed to help poor people. And then you got a man like Jesus, who was constantly saying about how rich people are kind of shit and poor people need help. However, here in Britain, we had our own theory, and that was that poor people chose to be poor.
You all know who these shirkers are. You've seen them drinking their cans of beer, Sky Sports blaring. How do they pay for that? I tell you, you pay for it through your benefits.
In 1494, we made
What?
being poor illegal. But you see, as time passed, we softened up a little bit and our attitudes changed. We started to have politicians throwing out wacky ideas. They would say things like, you know, look guys, I know as well as any other that the poors, most of them, they're choosing to be poor. I get that. But, you know, I did meet a guy the other day who was born with no arms or legs. And I'm not sure that he chose that. Philip, behave yourself. Are you reading The Guardian again? In 1834, we had a new poor law. It was called the Poor Law, and it actually made a legal distinction between the deserving and the undeserving poor. The deserving poor were like orphan children and disabled people where, you know, it wasn't their fault that they were poor. But the undeserving poor, sorry, these were like beggars and people who were physically fit, like their bodies worked somewhat, but they were poor because they couldn't be bothered to work. They were being lazy. But you see, this theory and the law, which was mainly talking about unemployed people, it really kind of glossed over the fact that many people in this era were employed, working, and were in deep poverty. As Britain had got wealthier and wealthier through the Industrial Revolutions, this wealth had found itself in the hands of the very wealthy. Their lives had drastically improved. But at the same time we were seeing this incredible level of wealth, we were also seeing an unparalleled level of poverty. It's like all this poverty, right? Living in piss and poo, singing songs about...
Better pick a pocket or
Started to get some
two.
influential people to sort of rethink their positions on what causes poverty. And the bros got to work. They put their heads together and they started fucking thinking in that. And one of those geezers was a man by the name of Karl Marx. In his 1867 works, Das Kapital, he made a massive critique of capitalism and the capitalist system. He argued that poverty was actually a byproduct of capitalism. The requirement for capitalists to make more and more profit meant that wages that were paid to workers could be driven down in order to make more profit. Now, Marx's works inspired some very good ideas and some... What are you guys doing? But you see, here in Britain, we managed to avoid the whole executing people wearing glasses thing, but his ideas did lead to the Beveridge Report.
The report proposes, first, an all-in scheme of social insurance, providing for all citizens and their families all the cash benefits needed for security.
Now this might just look
Oh,
like a
really?
pamphlet, but within it,
The
Hell
5
is the
seconds I
game plan
fucking
to
stood up,
abolish
you fucking came and
by
killed me.
creating the
Come
welfare
on,
state.
man.
The Beveridge Report shows how to begin overthrowing the 5 giant evils. It spurs us all to greater effort. If we can produce so much for war, much can be done for peace.
The British led the world in providing
Ugh.
free education for all people in society, financial support for those who are unemployed, financial protections for disabled people, money to support families, a minimum wage, and free healthcare for
Yeah,
all people.
Britain used to be
Between
so
1950 and
badass. Britain and America used to be so badass till the rich people fucking fucked both countries and completely destroyed both. You know, we used to actually really take care of each other and really be for each other and really love each other and stuff. We didn't kill each other in the streets and steal money and Bitcoin this and all that other stuff. Tranked out this or depressed that or welfare queens this or any of this other stuff. We didn't do any of this stuff. We didn't, you know. We didn't do any of this stuff because we have money till you stole it. When you stole it, we're constrained to the poverty, the ravages of poverty. We're constrained to it. It's fucking stupid. If you guys didn't steal the money, we wouldn't be so poor and nobody would be so unhappy. All that money so what? So you could live in mansions?
1969, the unemployment rate was just 1.6%.
Yeah, like everybody had a fucking job. The only people who didn't were the people who really didn't want one, you know, who were like, nope, I'm bumming around for the summer or I'm an alcoholic or something. Like, they're really, like, that was it, you know, there wasn't too many. Please, pull out the gun, please. Please fire the fucking gun. Please fire the gun. And then you immediately reload, which makes no sense to me. It has been fucking 5 minutes since I pulled this weapon out. Why am I reloading it? What? What? Hitbox is not so good. Oof. Did they spawn more? They're gonna one-shot me with their ranged. Move, move. Why is this so dumb? Stop harassing me. The fuck was that? Yes, I go to do it and it's gone. Come on, man. There. I've been done telling you how dumb you are, goddamn developer.
Unheard of. We drastically declined poverty, massively raised living standards for all people, and we had the greatest economic boom of our history.
Finally, the Prime Minister pays his own tribute to what has become a great national institution.
I'm confident that just as the nation saved for victory in time of war, so in time of peace, it will save for prosperity.
Better times.
And before we go any further, I want to give a massive shout out to today's sponsor, Squarespace. Squarespace is undoubtedly the best, I'm not kidding, the best platform when it comes to making websites. Beautiful websites, ones that are perfectly tailored to you. With their new design intelligence, which combines the newest AI technology, plus their years of understanding and crafting beautiful website templates, you can now literally type in prompts to the AI and it will create a bespoke website to you and your brand. As well as that, their payment system. So if you're selling goods online and people, maybe you have customers all around the world, Squarespace takes so many different types of payments, it's now easier than ever. From Klarna to ACH direct debit, Apple Pay, and you can even do buy now, pay later with Afterpay and ClearPay. And also, the laborious job of writing product descriptions has got a whole world easier with Squarespace's Blueprint AI. You can just bang in a prompt, it will shoot out some text, you can tweak it and change it, and it will save you time and it's very good quality. So be sure to head over to squarespace.com/Jimmy the Giant, and to get 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain, use the code Jimmy the Giant. Anyway, back to the video. An incredible 52% of British people said when asked in a survey that they are very happy. But you see, whilst everyone was having fun slapping their knees, giggling and high-fiving each other, there was one person who was not so happy about all of this.
I thought, oh, you know, another Conservative government. But you also thought maybe it would be a bit different because she's a woman. How wrong can you be?
Thatcher! Sound the alarms, boys. Damn you, Thatcher! She was not such a big fan of the welfare state. But like, to be totally clear, she didn't come in just saying, fuck poor people. I mean, she weren't far off, but it was more subtle than that. This advert, run by the Conservatives in 1979, was trying to pin the high unemployment of that era onto the Labour Party and a kind of social, cultural ill.
I believe that we were going towards a way of life in which people were constantly looking to the state to solve their problems and to do things for them.
Now the thing is, right, in this period, like in the 70s, there was high unemployment, but it wasn't because of what fucking Thatcher was trying to say it was very complicated. There were lots of different factors that were all tying together at the same time. There was an oil crisis, which completely made the price of oil insane. There was a global banking system breakdown, and there were some bad policies thrown in. But don't worry about all of that and the endless literature that explains why poverty exists. No, just listen to Thatcher. It's the nanny state that is creating a culture of benefit scroungers.
You know, when the state does everything for you, it'll soon take everything from you.
Thatcher pushed this narrative that everyone in society was part of the aspirational working class, soon to get their David Lloyd's membership, start shopping at Waitrose and join the middle class. She made the British people perceive the help from the
I have received disability for 3 years. I have received unemployment for 4. Food stamps for about 15. I wouldn't say I lived on welfare my whole life, no.
state as being...
And I needed that help. After their police chased me and fucking threw me in jail and shit, I needed their help.
Like infantilizing, like we don't need help. What are we, children?
No.
And like anyone who wasn't in this boat of like aspirational working class, well, they must just not be working hard enough. And so Thatcher went to work, right? She revved up the war machine to go to war on the welfare state.
Margaret Thatcher got rid of all the industry. She kicked the life out of working people because there's no work there and people want to work.
And her first attacks were by raising the price of social housing rent to try and push people into renting from the private sector. This led to 350,000 pensioners to lose their housing benefits. She also cut the benefits to the families of people who were striking at the time by £12 a week, which back then was a lot of money. She cut short-term benefits for sick people, the unemployed and the disabled. She postponed increasing child benefits, and even state pensioners suffered a fall in real income.
Sounds like the Republicans that I know.
Her government pushed people who are unemployed to go onto disability benefits, to literally like fudge the numbers and try and hide the fact that unemployment was rising due to her policies. And so, the war on the welfare state had well and truly begun.
Do you think Margaret Thatcher had girl power?
Yes, of course.
Do you think she effectively utilized girl power by funneling money to illegal paramilitary death squads in Northern Ireland?
I don't know about that.
So this created a problem. Like, if you bought into the neoliberal ideology of Thatcher, the belief that shrinking the state would make us all wealthier, well, we would need to explain why there was a sharp increase in child poverty, pensioner poverty, and, you know, general poverty, rising unemployment, rising inequality. I mean, what did you expect?
If you cut public expenditure, though, won't that mean more unemployment?
I'm afraid having high public expenditure has led to high unemployment, and that's the result of socialist policies in practice.
And so, in unison, the media machine went to work on creating a brand new boogeyman to pin all of the blame on: the benefit scrounger.
Addresses in and around Birmingham have been raided in the opening volley of a government war on benefits cheats.
When I searched on the British newspaper archive for the word benefit scrounger, and bearing in mind this doesn't include a lot of the mainstream papers, but we see a massive increase in the usage from the 70s to the 80s, and then a sharp rise in the 90s. To put this into perspective, Tony Blair became the Prime Minister of Britain in 1997 through to 2007.
I think for the past 18 years, often the poorest people in our country have been forgotten by government, except very often for the purposes of blaming them. I don't want there to be any forgotten people in the Britain that we want to build.
Although he talked the talk about caring for the poor and vulnerable of society, he also submitted to the idea of the benefit scrounger. He went to that bloody Aylesbury estate, which is synonymous for being a sink estate. It's where all the gangster films are made. And he gave a speech where he said New Labour's policy would provide a hand up and not a hand out. Blair's approach was to sound sympathetic to poverty, but to sort of imply that it was their fault. He would say things like, there will be and should be no fifth option of an inactive life on benefits. And in a very short period of time, the British public's attitude toward poverty drastically changed.
What the Housing Association is saying is that actually you shouldn't be spending it on things like drink and cigarettes. You should be spending it on food. I mean, I know you've got a 16-year-old daughter. You should be spending it looking after her and keeping a roof over your head.
There was this wave of newspaper coverage just out of nowhere on this topic, which led to a further wave of film and television coverage. They would show this image of like angry, aggressive, low-class chavs who were living on benefits, unemployed, doing nothing but having children, spending their benefits on cigarettes and alcohol, and shouting at their neighbours. Little Britain had the infamous portrayal of the guy in a wheelchair who would claim benefits by faking that he was disabled.
She pushed me.
Vicky Pollard as well became the caricature of like a white working class benefit scrounger. Now these shows were all fiction, but then from here there was a rise in non-fiction TV shows such as The Jeremy Kyle Show, which started airing in 2005. This show was unbelievably successful, one of the biggest reality TV shows ever, reaching a peak of 1 million viewers a week. And this show ran for ages. Like, it didn't get cancelled that long ago because one of the guests topped themselves.
Be a man, grow a pair of balls and tell the goddamn truth.
And this guy, this Jeremy Kyle, he still is in media. He's on like Talk TV, where his positions on people on benefits is basically the same as it was back then. And he just embodies this disgusting attitude of like middle class sneering down at poor people.
We have now bred a society where there are people who have no intention of working and want to take advantage of the system, and that is not good enough.
The media machine in this period of time from the 2000s just went into overdrive churning out this type of content. Like, for instance, the show Benefits Britain. This was a big show, it's very popular. This show goes into the lives of people who live on this street who are mainly on benefits and unemployed. And it portrays them as like alcoholic reprobates that are paid to not work and engage in antisocial behaviour.
I am not getting off of benefits, that is just as simple as that.
I've got a big television, I've got my games consoles, you know, why shouldn't we have them?
The first time in my life I have to actually pay rent.
And it played into this image of the ungrateful benefits leech that lived off of the state, committing crimes,
what?
And failing to take personal responsibility of their actions. However, what this show does is it completely glosses over the fact that the place it was filmed in, Stockton-on-Tees, is one of the poorest towns in Britain. They didn't stop to ask, why is it one of the poorest towns in Britain? Which, had they asked that question, you would find out that this town was once a prosperous industrial town with a strong employed community. However, once it was deindustrialized due to neoliberal policies, the entire industry of the town was just pulled out from underneath their feet, and the people were given very little assistance in, like, I don't know, retraining them into a new industry, or even major investments into bringing new industries into their town. They were just left behind.
I think this tells you enough about Stockton already. Cash exchange, betting shop, slot machine shop.
And just bear in mind, this show was created by Channel 4, stationed in a wealthy part of London. And it just further embodies this sort of London elite middle class sneering down the poor working class northerners. Now look, I can't lie, I can stand there all high and mighty now looking back on this content and being like, yeah, it was fucked. But we all loved it. We all loved Little Britain. Little Britain was hilarious. And like, you know, who didn't watch Jeremy Kyle? Like, you can't pretend you never sat there and watched him. But whilst at the time we all basically considered it a bit of light-hearted fun, it was basically propaganda, and it was doing something much darker to our minds. And research shows that since the 90s, the public perception of unemployed people.
Yeah, you know, I dealt with this year. My mother does not like what I would call a welfare queen. And I wouldn't call her that. That's just like the definition that the culture has for it. My mother does not like welfare queens, and my mother does not like trans people. She doesn't. Well, she doesn't mind trans people. She's not homophobic. She just doesn't like the bullshit around trans and all of the stuff with the pronouns and all this but she's a very leftist liberal Democrat, which is sort of weird. But I wouldn't call her anti-trans because she's not against them. She just doesn't like the amount of bullshit that she hears about it. And while I try to be sympathetic to that, I do view it to be a slightly sort of biased point of view. So I've hit her on it before about it. But she has a dislike of women who sit in trailer parks and just have kids and don't have a plan. I've heard her say it before. Because she was like, my generation just never really had that option. We didn't have that. We didn't have women. She was like, women my age, they didn't do that. They always had some job that they didn't like, but they didn't just sit in the ghetto doing nothing. And I was like, yeah, can't really argue with that one. And so, but I think a lot of that is just the media. I think it's the television has kind of poisoned them a little bit towards this. You know, it's weird. As a 70 black mage, I can't seem to get a party. So
went from being largely sympathetic into basically being an attitude of disgust.
There's another thing called the benefit system, that you can get everything. You can get a house, you can get money.
You have to prove need.
Yeah, you have to prove need by faking need.
And you can see it here, like throughout the 80s to the 90s, there was a widespread belief that the benefit system for out-of-work unemployed people was much too low. It needed more money. But that completely changed. By 1999, the majority of people had started to feel that the benefit system was far too generous. And even amongst the Labour Party voters, back in 1987, 73% of Labour Party supporters believed that the government should be spending more on welfare benefits for poor families. However, by 2011, that number dropped to 36%. The propaganda machine had well and truly worked.
day 3 on the campaign trail, and the leaders of all 3 main parties are certainly clocking up plenty of miles between them. This election will be the closest run for a generation.
Right, so now it's 2010. A general election is underway. And both parties, the Conservatives and Labour, run a campaign where its manifesto focused a fair bit on benefit scroungers. In the Labour manifesto, it states that our job guarantees will put an end to long-term unemployment and a life on benefits. No one fit for work should be abandoned to a life on benefit. The Conservatives, they go and mention the hand up, not a handout thing, and they also talk about getting people off of benefits. Now look, all this conversation about the benefits was because, and there is truth to this, prior to 2010, a lot more people were starting to claim benefits.
Yep.
And politicians, you know,
Because they stole all the money. There's no jobs or work to be had.
And concluded, fuck, you know, everyone's just become lazy.
We do live in one of the wealthiest countries in the world, yet more than 1 in 4 working age adults simply don't work. 5 million people are trapped on out-of-work benefits. 1.4 million people have been receiving out-of-work benefits for 9 out of the last 10 years.
However, they just sort of glossed over the fact that in 2008, the largest financial crash since the Great Depression happened, which wiped out people's savings, destroyed people's lives, fucked up communities, decimated high streets, and massively increased unemployment. Because we deregulated the banks and allowed them to speculate on things they should never have speculated on, whilst making insane amounts of money, the government announced that to fix that, we need to, unfortunately, cut loads of money to poor people.
In the face of a record £156 billion deficit, the austerity measures include government departments losing a quarter of their budgets, taxes for higher earners, a freezing of public sector pay, and reductions in welfare benefits.
Many things were cut, but very notably, the welfare state via things like cutting people's social housing allowance and their unemployment benefits. Just look at this graph. Remember this graph. If I can get a tattoo of this graph, it's believed that we slashed spending to the sound of £500 billion of planned public spending. It was originally sold that it would be short and it was going to fix the deficit, and it was proposed that once we've balanced the books, we'll go back to public funding. But that promise never arrived. We just kind of created a new normal of an underfunded welfare state, which has created crisis after crisis of problems that we never anticipated.
But the reality is that she has not saved any tax revenue as a consequence. What she hasn't done is put that £3 billion into the economy for people to spend. So there is less money available rather than money saved. That is what austerity does.
We need to make some cutbacks. Let's freeze teachers' wages.
Great idea. I didn't get that pay rise, and the rent's gone up.
Well, we'll just have to cut down on our food bills. Business is slow. We didn't make as much this month.
We'll have to cancel the renovations.
Sorry, we can't give you those extra hours. We lost a few contracts.
Oh, that's all right. I'm sure things will pick up. Economic growth has slowed and the national debt is still going up. We'll have to make more cuts.
And many economists these days believe that austerity is a completely flawed concept. And despite the fact that the people who presented the idea of austerity to the government, their Excel spreadsheet had an error, and the researchers who wrote the whole paper that inspired austerity admit that they were wrong. And it might seem insane to you, and it does to me. We are still doing it. Under the Labour Party, who are meant to be the party to bring the end to this sort of stuff, they recently cut pensioners' fuel payments by £300. That is austerity.
If we cannot afford it, we cannot do it.
Now look, I don't claim to be some unbiased, centrist reporter. You can see where I stand on this topic, but all of this attack, it does beg the question, is there any truth to the benefit scrounger stereotype?
Nope.
Well, look, let's just be fucking honest. These people featured in these shows, they existed.
You've
The
seen
benefit
some
scrounger, which is
people,
often sort
yeah.
of crossed over with the chav.
But are they
the idea of,
common?
like, single
No.
states, is
Being a
byproduct
loser
of
isn't
a
that
number of
common,
things
no.
that happened in British political history, where a lot of this kind of culture has come from a process known as residualization, where the government took individuals that it considered to be more troubled and put them into like the poorer council estates, you know, away from maybe the more affluent ones. By doing this, it meant that when Thatcher led the right to buy scheme and allowed people to buy their social houses off of the government, the better off working class people started to buy their houses off the state. Some years would pass, they would sell off their council house, make a bit of money and move off the council estate. But the ones who weren't able to buy their houses, you know, the ones who were doing a little bit worse, maybe they were struggling a little bit, they were left stuck in these areas. So combine this process with deindustrialization, which cut loads of jobs and led to high unemployment, cuts to public services that might help worse off communities, left lots of people with less opportunities and less prospects in life. And you would have these whole estates where just they started going into sharp decline.
Kids are doing really well in the grades and move out the towns so they can get bigger opportunities because they don't get them opportunities here.
Combining that with, in 1992, with the introduction of school league tables, led to schools wanting to show that their school was doing well, to excluding some of the more troubled kids who maybe they had learning difficulties, maybe they were just a bit badly behaved. Those kids would get kicked out of the school, and where would they go? They would hang out on the council estate, getting up to trouble, which then creates this cultural vicious cycle that has become very evident in some of the most neglected, rundown council estates in Britain.
I mean, that thing basically, you know, you're wasting your life.
Yeah.
What would you say to that?
We always
We'd say then we've got nothing better to do.
Yeah, there's like nothing. There's.
That's the point that we haven't got now else, so we do like drinking. But if you had to swing like outside most of the time, we drink now and then.
Yes,
We drink
please.
all the time because we've got nothing else to do.
Now, as much evidence as we have of good welfare states having good outcomes, welfare states can be managed badly,
party.
and they can create problems if done badly. There's historic examples of a thing called welfare traps. I believe in Britain we have it as well.
Your new job pays just enough to disqualify you from the benefit programs and not enough to cover the same costs. To make things worse, you have to pay for transportation to work and childcare while you're at the office. Somehow, you have less money now than when you were unemployed.
It's fucking stupid. We know it's stupid. People have been calling to reform this for over 10 years, and just no one's done it. You can fix it, you just have to make it so that your benefits slowly taper off as you earn more money, instead of just completely stopping once you go over the threshold. But, you know, we haven't done that. But when it comes to the claim that welfare states make people lazy, well, that one, there's been lots of research into welfare states. A recent study actually was done that went through 7 different welfare states, where they found that giving people money doesn't negatively affect
it helps
their
the
work
economy.
ethic. And in fact, some studies actually showed the opposite, that giving people benefits can actually encourage them to have more work ethic.
Yep.
There was this other big comparative analysis that was done on welfare states that went across 18 European countries, and it showed that employment increased as they increased social spending.
There is no contradiction between competitiveness and social welfare. In fact, it's the contrary. Competitiveness is a social policy de facto. That sort of social expenditure is a consequence of competitiveness.
But then there's one more thing. Even if you accept that welfare states are great, they do lots of good stuff and they help people, what about the fraudsters? We hear a lot about these gangs and people who are scamming the welfare system and making loads of money. Well, let's put it into perspective. The UK spends 12.9% of its GDP on benefits, on the low end compared to similar countries. Between 2023 and 2024, welfare spend was 276 billion, with 55% going to pensioners. The estimated loss in this system due to fraud was 7.3 billion pounds. But what does that number mean? You don't know what it means. What does it mean? It's just it's a number. Give you something to compare it to, right? Money laundering cost us 100 billion, and just financial crimes in general cost us 219 billion, which, you know, if we add those two numbers together is, yeah, it's more than 7.3 billion.
Fuck you, science.
And just like tax avoidance in general, where the wealthy are using tax loopholes to not pay their fair share, the HMRC concluded that 39.8 billion went untaxed in 2022 to 2023. We never hear about that. We don't care about fraud, we don't care about crime. What we care about is the class of the criminal.
Why is one called Benefit Street and the other the Wolf of Wall Street? Why is one demonised and the other lionised?
And when you talk about welfare states, you also have to talk about healthcare and education. A healthier, educated population is a population who can work more for longer hours, more productively. And like, you know, so many studies will show that welfare states reduce poverty. Less poverty equals less crime. Less crime equals less money spent on policing. The evidence that welfare states have been a success in the Western world is just, it's undeniable. You'd have to be insane to deny that. Just consider that pre-welfare state, people who are poor lived like this, and this is what they live like after, you know, it's obvious.
We hope that London after the war will be a city without slums, a city of air and light, of spacious parks and boulevards. Among the most comprehensive of the schemes proposed for the Britain of the future is that of Liberal MP Sir William Beveridge, whose plan for social security is predicated on the assumption that freedom from want can best be achieved through cooperation of the state with the individual.
Now, the last little bit I want to go into is this new boogeyman that you hear a lot about in the media now. Economic inactivity. Oh my God, inactive? Economically?
There is a missing million. I think now it's actually about missing 1.2 million in the labour market. So the challenge, as others have said, is actually less unemployment, but actually the fact that we've got this huge increase in the number of people who have just opted out of the labour market.
Economically inactive people are people of working age who have been out of work for the last 4 weeks and are not seeking work within the next 2 weeks. And like the media kind of likes to sell this as this image of lazy teenagers pretending they have bipolar and just living on the dole. But let's have a closer look at this, right? So in 2024, 9.4 million people between the age of 16 to 64 were economically inactive. That is 22%. And this is big news because it's growing. 850,000 people extra since the COVID pandemic are economically inactive. And like, if you just listen to GB News about that, you would say, fucking hell, 22%. But you have to look deeper. You have to break these numbers down for them to mean anything. Now, a large chunk of people who are economically inactive include students, making up 26%, you know, studying, hopefully getting degrees to get good jobs in the future if our country doesn't collapse. 11.6% are retired people, early retired, you know, they made their money, they can put their feet up. And 17% are people who are looking after their family members, maybe as a mum. So that leaves us with, when it comes to people who are long-term or short-term sick, and that's the reason that they are not in work and not seeking work, that is 32.2% of all economically inactive people. When they were looking at this in 2022, they said that the majority of economically inactive due to sickness were people in their 50s and 60s. And the paper accredits this to COVID. COVID had lots of other effects on human bodies, and some people suffered from it much worse. They then also cited that the increase in the NHS waiting times, due again to COVID and underfunding of the NHS, obviously, led to people having worse health in general because they weren't being seen quick enough by the NHS, so their illnesses got worse.
We take 4 million unemployed people. We say 2 million are mentally ill and disabled. I'm not falling for the left's thing that everybody's got mental illness. I think that's rubbish.
I think there is a whole different issue around this question of mental health, and I think we have over-medicalised the normal ups and downs that we all feel.
So, mental health. Let's fucking talk about it. So when we look at the amount of people that claim benefits, disability benefits in 2024, the total number of people who are claiming were 385,000 people. That's it. That's the total amount of people on disability benefits in 2024. 2 in 5 of them, so 145,000 people, were claiming disability benefits due to mental health reasons. Remember the headline, 22% of people...
Yeah, we're all sick. You stole the money, 9/11, we've lost our businesses and our jobs and our lives.
Benefits for mental health problems.
I mean, it had costs. The bank crisis had costs. Everything has costs. The cost of living has costs.
2% of the British population. The maximum amount of disability benefits you can get off the government a year is 9,000.
I think some humans are just ultra sensitive. I'm one of them. I think some humans are just ultra sensitive. If they think everything sucks, then their life sucks. Then they just sort of, you know, they give up. That's how humans are. If they see everything around them sucking, they let their own lives become shit too. It sucks. It's just like that. If everything sucks because you stole all the money and you pay all these middlemen instead of actually taking care of the middle and lower class, I mean that's the reality. Of course we're gonna sit around.
£600. And also,
I swore I would not be this what did he call them? Their benefit scroungers or whatever. I swore I wouldn't be that, you know? I just swore I wouldn't do that.
So
I've been working every day since I got disability. I mean, I have worked every day that I got disability. I don't make any money, but I mean, I work, you know?
just bear in mind that 1 in 6 of the people who are claiming that benefit are actually still in work. And let's pretend that all of them got the maximum amount of benefits, which they wouldn't have, but let's just pretend that that's the case. This would mean that all of this big palaver people are making, costs us £1.3 billion. That's the number. That's the end game number that everyone's getting worried about. 1.3 billion, which is, you know, that's definitely much more important than all the money laundering and the financial crime. Just that is way more important. Don't talk about that. Talk about the disabled people.
I think we must recognise that there is some abuse. There are some scroungers who are prepared to use all the devices available to get more than they're entitled to. But in a very, very small proportion, our experience shows that the vast majority of people are entitled to the benefits that we receive. And the real problem in the country isn't the problem of people having benefits to which they're not entitled, but a very large number not getting benefits to which they are entitled.
So I want to do a quick little thought experiment with you, right? Let's just pretend for 1 second that potentially COVID lockdowns plus a cost of living crisis plus a housing crisis combined with wage stagnation, low-paying jobs, insecure jobs, worsening working conditions, longer waiting lists on the NHS, all of that stuff put together may have had a slight impact on making people not feel very good, and potentially that might have caused a real, genuine mental health crisis. So look, I
maybe
want to bring this all together by just giving some final perspective.
Shout out to my friend Dave. He's in England facing this stuff, and I love him, and I'm sorry that you're facing this stuff.
At that exact same time, the UK has historically high employment rates and historically low unemployment rates. On top of that, 38% of people who are on benefits are currently in work. They work jobs and they have to take benefits off the government because the jobs aren't paying them enough money to live. And also, we have a rising amount of people who are using food banks who are also in work. The issue isn't laziness, it's to do with jobs not paying enough for it to be worth people working.
The level of food bank need at the moment is at historic levels. Something to be ashamed of, really, in 2024.
I feel guilty for it, I really do, that we can't manage on the income we get.
We donate to food banks on a fairly regular basis because it's in this day and age, in this 21st century, people shouldn't be going to food banks. They should have an income that allows them to live a decent, honest, good working life. And these people in Newcastle are good, hard-working people, salt of the earth, they're wonderful people, but there's just no investment in the area.
I don't personally believe that you are not allowed to critique the management of the welfare state and say that sometimes it can be not done right. However, the truth is many of the people who are critiquing the welfare state are using their critiques as a mask for what they truly believe, which is that many of those people just want to get rid of it altogether. They want to privatise more elements of it and sell it off to their billionaire friends, whether that's housing or the NHS.
If you're told you're too unwell to work and you're signed off by the GP, well, in many cases that leads to negative thoughts. It leads to you thinking, somehow, I'm a victim. You see, I think for many people, this is about a state of mind.
So, I mean, what you've got is you've got the same sort of statist agenda which helps foster this dependency culture, which is actually eating away at us like a cancer. So
to me, behind many of the arguments against the welfare state lies this deep nihilistic view of humanity, an elitist attitude towards humans that some people are just born inherently inferior. They're just born lazy, worthless, and want to cheat the system. And that lack of belief in humans, beyond just the academic research saying it's not true, I just don't.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't buy it. I don't see that in my fellow human beings. I don't see it. Even in the drunk bums on the street, I still don't see it.
So that they can afford to have a happy, meaningful life. To be able to realistically, I don't know, buy a house.
Sloth? I don't see sloth. I don't see sloth in a lot of these people. I see
purpose and something to
sadness.
And they will work hard.
Loss.
Sometimes you don't want to come home, just get up what you eat, you know. I work 5 days a week and I still have to use the community shop. Once you've bought all the essentials for the month, how much are you left with? Nothing. Nothing.
As a people, we need to start understanding the roots of poverty. And we need to start looking at the people who wrote the economic policy. And those who, whilst the rest of society have got poorer and poorer, have somehow managed to double their wealth.
It's not the corporations
They're just chasing their agenda, and their agenda is deregulate, give us what we want. But if their agenda is cut tax, and it always is, it falls on the politicians. So where do we cut spending? They poor people, they can't defend themselves. How do we make the public swallow it? Let's do one more speech about benefit cheese, and that's how it works.
If you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and join the Discord. We'll chat about this topic and much more. I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar.
I love Jimmy the Giant. He's one of the good ones. Really good. Really genuinely good. Better than Hassan.
Billion-dollar companies, especially companies that are shaking the world right now. So for anybody that doesn't remember DeepSeek, I made a video about it on a couple days ago.
Yeah.
And I was basically going over how China effectively made an artificial intelligence competitor to ChatGPT 07. And, or not 07, it's 01, sorry. I'm thinking, I have emotes in my head right now because I looked at another thing just before I filmed this. But the understanding of this is that China made an open source competitor and it actually shook the world entirely. Now, in the last video, I talked about DeepSeek. I actually ran a diluted version of DeepSeek R1 on my local device. Now, what's funny about China's AI is you can actually download DeepSeek v3 because it's open source, or at least rather the...
Yeah, I did it. I messed with it the day he talked about it.
Allow people to reverse engineer it.
I asked it what the best film noir movies were in public domain.
Max, you were actually able to run DeepSeek, the actual big model, on devices that were not powered by NVIDIA GPUs. Which is a pretty huge thing because it really shows that China isn't just out to make AIs open source, but it's also allowing people to use artificial intelligences on things that are pretty much platform agnostic, which is, by the way, a good thing, okay? So to give you an idea about it, DeepSeek came out, and in the time that DeepSeek also released, a couple days ago, another company in China jumped in and produced an actual rival to DeepSeek. So for anybody that doesn't know, this is Qwen 2.5 Max, coming out of the big brains at Alibaba Cloud, okay?
Alibaba Cloud, wow.
You go to buy stuff that you probably couldn't find on Temu or even Amazon. These guys, like Amazon of China, effectively have their own big tech company inside them, Alibaba Cloud. So these guys produced Qwen 2.5, another open source model that you can download and play with right now. And we're going to look at some of these models together, don't worry. So this one allows, again, following the MOE model that DeepSeek had, and they basically claim that they are stronger than DeepSeek v3 and Llama, which is actually Meta's or Facebook's like open source AI. Yeah, all of a sudden in the last couple days, the biggest like threat to any of these guys is actually OpenAI. You know, the company that pretty much was like the premier de facto head of artificial intelligence. Well, they magically just had a shit ton of competition kick up, and the competition comes at it from an open source perspective. Now, again, for me, I don't really care who wins the AI war, whether it be China or the United States. At the end of the day, this is kind of like the big space race that your parents or maybe your grandparents or great-grandparents, depending on how young or old you are watching this video, yeah, they got to see when the United States and the Soviet Union were going at each other's throats to send shit to space. Well, now the race is all about who's got the best artificial intelligence, and it's gotten to a point where we're at each other's actual throats. So again, to go to Qwen 2.5 Max, you can actually play with it right now. They actually have it completely available with Qwen Chat. And to show you how open source is important to China, if you actually go and register for an account here, you'll know that even their UI is powered by Open Web UI, which is the same shit I use to run their AIs locally on my own servers. So crazy just to see. Now this allows you to make, image generation, video generation, web searches, artifacts, even write code, and so on and so forth. Now obviously if I type in anything, I need to actually make an account. And you can log in with Google or your GitHub account. I'm not going to do it because, like I said, I generally don't like to sign up for these services because I do care about my privacy, which is something we are going to look at, of course, as we go through this video. So anyways, yeah, they managed to have competition kick up from China itself. There's actually a lot of Chinese companies that have jumped into this bandwagon. Now again, to show you the amount of open source stuff, if you go to Qwen 2.5, you'll find out, yeah, they allow you and pretty much tell you you can run this stuff very much locally on your system. So if you go to a website known as Hugging Face, you'll find out Qwen, alongside other AI models, allow you to effectively download these models and play around with them on your system. So if you use applications like LM Studio, like I have, and I've shown this in the past, but generally speaking, if you want to play around with artificial intelligences, you can basically open up a tool known as LM Studio, like I have here. You can click on this little search feature and basically download any of these models and play around with them. Again, you probably want to download the models that you have the ability to run, depending on what hardware you have in your system. If you have like a 4090 GPU like I do, you can run some pretty heavy models. But even on my MacBook back over here, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to run some smaller models, you know, something in the tier of 7 billion parameters, like these two, for instance, that system absolutely shreds through it with no problem. So again, I wanted to show you some of these models here. For instance, running, again, I have 5 of them downloaded. I have something known as Lava, which allows you to actually throw images into the actual AI, so it can actually examine images on your system. So for instance, with Lava, I showed it an image of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth as a screenshot. Now, running entirely locally, the AI told me the image shows a group of people standing on the deck of a boat enjoying their time together. There are 3 individuals in the scene, with one person located near the left side of the boat and 2 others closer to the right side. The boat appears to be floating on water. So it didn't really exactly get the image right perfectly over here, but I also didn't expect it to. One thing I did ask, is the image real or is it from a video game? And the actual AI said, yeah, it's from a video game, as evidenced by the president boat and people on it that are not typically found in real life scenarios. So I assume the AI took one look at Cloud and the big ass fucking sword on his back and thought, yeah, that doesn't seem pretty kosher. Not the fact that Junon's big ass cannon is aimed right across the ocean at the other side of the world. I don't think it even picked up on it. But then again, I went down even further and ran other models. So for instance, even running a model like Qwen, for instance, Qwen 2.5, and this is not the max model, this is something I ran here, and even when I asked it, hey, can you write things like code for me? So I asked it to write me things like Tetris and Rust, and unfortunately this code didn't necessarily work too well, but I did ask it to write me a random joke application. And some of the code does work. For instance, this joke application, if we just throw it into a Rust compiler online, for instance on Rust Playground, if I decide to drop in this code right here, hit that big old run button, it will actually run, with some warnings of course, and generate me random jokes. So if I run it again, it'll change the jokes hopefully. Yeah, why do programmers always mix up Christmas, Halloween? Because October 30, fuck off. God damn. But yeah, this is just an example of code being written. Now, obviously, there are companies like Facebook that one day will say programmers, at least the junior ones, I imagine, are going to be replaced entirely by artificial intelligence. And I want to say that if you're somebody who wants to be a programmer, or you're somebody getting into it, probably shouldn't be using AI tools just because there's going to be a lot of auditing and code review, and if you don't know how to review this code in the first place, you're never actually going to be the programmer you want to be, okay? But that's, again, beyond the point. Running things like DeepSeek AI locally on my system, again, it will think and provide you cool stuff like mathematical proofs. Now, I noticed that there were comments in my last video about, Muda, I'm not running no Chinese software on my system like this. Well, I hate to break it to you, you probably are running some Chinese software on your system, but even going beyond some of that sinophobia, if you're worried about the fact that the Chinese are reading into your inputs, like I said, LM Studio and a lot of these local AIs are totally fine for privacy. They're not ever calling back home as far as my knowledge goes. So instead of connecting to DeepSeek's interface on the web, which I wouldn't, I don't trust it, just like I don't trust OpenAI. I actually looked at the privacy policies for both these services in my last video regarding this topic, and yes, both DeepSeek and OpenAI, well, fuck, any model, reads into your private information and collects data you probably don't want to share with it. But if you run their models locally, then realistically, no data is leaving your system, okay? And ultimately, no matter which nationality your AI has, as long as it's running locally, everything should be pretty much halal at this point. And that's really what you should be going at. I'm not against artificial intelligence services, but I do prioritize for your privacy and security, run them locally, okay? You can even run some of these lower models on like Android smartphones if you wanted to. Now, because of the actual massive rise of some of these services, apparently countries have already started blocking DeepSeek in places. So for instance, in Italy, apparently DeepSeek's blocked on the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store. And it has a lot of relation with the data protection authorities in their countries, okay? Which again, Europe's a little bit more serious on this than the United States or even Canada. But even in the United States, there's some politicians that have brought up the idea, like for instance, one of these representatives from Michigan, John Molinar, goes, "The United States cannot allow Chinese Communist Party models such as DeepSeek to risk our national security and leverage our technology to advance their AI ambitions." You are actually witnessing a fucking Cold War right now in the world as we speak, okay? We have got governments pissing and shitting themselves, stopping each other from advancing the AI threat. And even the Trump administration is kind of talking about tightening some of those NVIDIA China exports. Now, if you don't know anything about NVIDIA in China, basically when it comes to exporting GPUs...
I'm going to be 71. Kind of stuff, oh, yeah, I'm going to get 75 Black Mage. Yeah.
Enough to the point that China, for a brief period of time, ladies and gentlemen, received a specifically different model of an NVIDIA GPU. And feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. One of those GPUs was the NVIDIA H800. Now, this was a modified version of an NVIDIA H100, and the key difference was a reduced chip-to-chip data transfer rate. Now, from what I understand, this was actually reversed, and these chips effectively just became H100s, effectively causing the US government to just go, yeah, just ban it all, okay? We don't want China getting any of this good technology that we have, okay? That premium silicon is our silicon, simple as that. So we've literally got the government jumping into the free market and telling NVIDIA what they can and cannot do. So yeah, it's not good for NVIDIA to have the government decide who they can and cannot sell to. At the end of the day, NVIDIA is the one company where they're basically selling shovels to all the AI companies, okay? They're getting rich, fat fucking rich, off of the AI race, all right? Because they're just selling the hardware. Now, obviously, this has come from, like, people looking into, again, DeepSeek and wondering, hey, where do they actually get these crazy GPUs to train off of? And there's been some allegations, like one of the CEOs from a company known as Scale AI was basically saying that they had like 50,000 of these H100s, and I don't know what evidence that actually ended up coming out of. Like, there wasn't really any proof about it, only that apparently the Chinese can't talk about it because it's against the export controls the US has put into place. They have more chips than other people expect. And again, I don't doubt that they probably obtain chips illegally. We just need more evidence to work off of. But again, even if this export shit is true, the reality of it is that in some cases, apparently it came out that they were running the inference side of this on their own chips that they made, specifically the Huawei 910C, which I believe is like an equivalent to the NVIDIA H series stuff. So even if you're banning the Chinese from using it, they're just going to use their own big-ass companies like Huawei to make their own stuff. All right? And this is where we get into a world where, again, competition will be bred no matter what. I know that I'm throwing a lot of stuff at you, but there's so much advancements that have happened in this field in just a matter of 1 week that trying to explain all of it is almost impossible, you know? Now, if you look at NVIDIA's stock, from the day that I showed you it dipped, it did kind of rebound, but it's almost tumultuous for NVIDIA because they're in a weird spot where people are kind of wondering, do we need to spend like tons of money on the most upgraded NVIDIA AI stuff when China apparently claims to have made deepfake in like just a few millions of dollars? That's a serious question and like the biggest puzzle on like everyone's mind in this field. There's a lot of people that have said things like, oh, DeepSeek is actually censoring, like this Chinese AI censor stuff. And yes, DeepSeek is a censor-filled AI. For instance, if you ask DeepSeek about Tiananmen Square in the 80s, it'll probably tell you, I can't really talk about it. It's not within my parameters. yes, there is censorship in this application. But to be fair, there's also censorship in OpenAI. For instance, in this footage that I'm showing you, I could ask OpenAI about Diddy's like sexual assault allegations, and it'll just spit out all the information it finds on the web. Now, conveniently, if I ask OpenAI about Sam Altman and Annie Altman's like actual sexual assault allegation lawsuit that's apparently been floating around, suddenly OpenAI will start spitting information at me and then also just say, this goes against our terms and services. So at one point, it's okay for me to look up and see Diddy's sexual assault allegations, but then I can't look up Sam Altman's, the CEO of OpenAI. Look, I get why Sam would want to censor this information, if so, but this is where, again, I don't get the censorship stuff, all right? At the end of the day, no matter where you go to, you're just going to get a different type of propaganda from whichever country's AI you jump into. And then when you get like CEOs and, again, the leadership who are just putting in what they want and what they don't want people to see, you can't sell me on the fact that China is bad because of censorship. Because I'm sorry, the censorship exists everywhere. And we have to be honest with ourselves. It's one of the reasons why I promote local AI stuff. You can download models like Dolphin or even uncensored versions of DeepSeek now. Because it's open source, people have modified the parameters and just actually use these AIs uncensored, meaning that for good or bad, you can use these AIs for nefarious purposes or altruistic purposes. Again, I am totally okay with uncensored stuff because I think, again, extreme example here, much like a firearm, so to speak, a firearm can be used for, again, positive purposes. It can be used for negative purposes. It is a tool at the end of the day. Behind the firearm is a total human being, somebody who has the decisions for good and bad. And that's what I kind of look at with computer software as well, too. It can be a loaded gun, all right? But again, I wouldn't put so much blame on the tool as I would on the human being using it, okay? But again, that's just my perspective. Feel free to agree or disagree. Let me know in the comment section below. But again, this is one thing where obviously when it comes to artificial intelligences like this, I promote uncensored stuff. Obviously, you should be using things like Dolphin or really anything that doesn't treat you like a child or overly put too many guardrails onto it. And obviously, I don't promote anything illegal being done with those uncensored AIs. I'm just saying if this is the future where we're going to be using this stuff to search for stuff or, provide us with information, I want the facts. I don't want something curtailed to me by a specific government.
Gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
Their ideologies in front of.
Yeah.